Hello friends, I'm mostly alive. I'm much more alive than I was last night. I think I have maybe 2 or 3 hours before my parents come. I need to help them with some stuff. And hopefully I'll finish this route before raid so that I can have some time to chill and try to get food? Maybe? I don't know, we're gonna have to find out. But yeah, until then, I'm gonna play Shuten. I'm gonna do my damnedest to finish this route. I don't know how much left there is of this route. I'm freaking flabbergasted it's even lasting this long. I don't know what to do with myself and I don't know what to do with this game, so, yeah. No! Stop turning the fuck on, you rat bastard. It is the middle of the day, the light does not need to be on. Go away. Okay. So, last that we left off on was, Izuki's point of view. And the one that I'm dealing with is this one. This was after the revolt. It was the Ministry of Security. They had the strongest army corps at their disposal to protect order in Shuten. Why did they come here? The convicts were confused. Saren said that they didn't come to the prison at all.
監獄は警備省の下部組織でありながら警備省と長年にわたって対立を続けているの。監獄は決して警備省を頼らないし警備省も監獄を助けない。
Still, they were here. Could Saren and Izuki be wrong? The prisoners were shaken. Still, they had no choice but to follow her. Everything would be alright. Saren was a genius after all. She surely could overturn even such hopeless situation. But then, something rather unexpected happened.
お久しぶりです、江崎博士。囚人放棄の通報、心より感謝いたします。
いいえ、こちらこそありがとう。最高のタイミングだったわ。
Their leader was talking to a man who seemed to be a mystery's officer.
はい。これが約束の品よ。監獄がロンダリングに使っているフロント企業と隠し口座の一覧。
おお、これは。まったく嘆かわしい。極超閣下、いけませんな。終天教の正義の守り手がまさか汚職に手を染めるとは。なんだ貴様、出て行け。ここは監獄だぞ。警備省ごときが立ち入っていい場所ではない。おや、そのような態度をとってよろしいのですか。このリストが明るみに出ても。脅すつもりか。いいえ、これは単なる忠告です。下部組織は下部組織らしく我らにおとなしく従うべきかと。態度次第では私のところでこの資料を握りつぶして差し上げても。
They thought that the mystery would take control, but it didn't look like it.
セレンさん、これは
警備省の知り合いに頼まれたの。監獄の不正の証拠を掴んでほしいって。
頼まれたって。
でもさすがに監獄の警備は厳重ね。通常の手段ではとても資料室まではたどり着けない。騒ぎを起こし警備に隙を作る必要があったの。そのため
私たちを焚きつけたってわけかよ。
The prisoners became acutely aware of Saren's ulterior motive. She gave them weapons to rebel with and used the commotion to sneak into the archives. And she only secured her own safety.
あんた俺たちを利用したのか。
利用した。そのような見方もできなくはないわ。事象は認知の角度次第で性質が変化するから。
叫んな。
They moved to grab Saren, but were stopped just in time. The army's guns were aimed right at them. Resistance would be pointless. If they wanted to live, all they could do was raise their hands. Their brief dream had ended. Prisoners were taken back to their cells. The sounds of locking cell doors echoed throughout the building.
畜生、もう少しだったのによ。
なあ、俺たちこれからどうなんだ。
決まってんだろ。処刑だよ。
The prisoners pondered quietly in their locked cells. With their shoulders slumped, they could only wait for death. Death on its own wouldn't even be that bad. But something much worse could happen. It was too much.
さっきの野郎、よくも私たちを利用しやがって。
見事に利用されちまったな、俺ら。
最初からおかしいと思ってたんだよ。俺は。どうせ殺されんなら、江崎を道連れにしてやりてえ。道連れなんて無理に決まってんだろ。あいつ、今頃もう監獄の外に。
いいえ、私はどこにも行かないわ。
They looked up to see Saren in front of their cells.
てめえ。
なんだよ、俺たちを笑いに来たのか。
この悪魔。
処刑されたら、てめえを呪う。どんな手使っても、お前だけは。
Although just moments ago they proclaimed her messiah, she was now their devil. She didn't even frown.
牢屋越しに話していても仕方がないわ。まずはみんな外に出て。
はあ？
She produced a ring of keys from her pocket. Surely the prison guards just had them. Saren opened the cells of the dumbfounded prisoners, one after another. She didn't look down on them, she was completely unfazed. The released prisoners stared at her in a daze.
なあ、あんた。一体何なんだよ。
なんだとは。
私たちのこと裏切ったんじゃなかったのか。
あなたたちが私に見当違いの期待をしていただけよ。私にどうして欲しかったの？
そりゃもちろん俺たちを脱獄。
もしもあなたたちが監獄の外に逃げていたら、警備省から追っ手がかかってすぐに殺されていたはずよ。
いや、でも。
だいたい外に出てどうするつもりだったの？仕事は？住む場所は？
They were focused on breaking free so badly that the thought hadn't crossed their minds.
過度な自由は身を滅ぼすわ。奪いすぎてはいけないの。これは摂理よ。覚えておいて。
でもよ、監獄にいたってどうせ殺されるじゃねえか。だったらいっそ。
いいえ、今後あなたたちが監獄内で不当に殺されることはなくなるわ。ほら。お金を稼いで立場を得れば、あなたたちが不当に虐げられることはなくなるわ。
On the prison wall, she projected a plan of her business venture.
フェイズ3、起業をスタートしましょう。
She envisioned a temp employment agency. The prisoners would be sent to plants and such to work as laborers or drivers. If they paid their wages to the prison or the ministry, they wouldn't be abused anymore. However,
俺たちが稼げるわけねえだろ。俺たちの使いなさなめんなよ。
稼げるやつが犯罪者になるわけねえだろ。
ねえんだ私たちは。
ついでにスキルもね。俺なんて足し算もできないぜ。
They were useless. Such useless scum could never make money. Long-term imprisonment caused them to believe they were failures. Saren didn't give up on them.
いいえ、あなたたちは決して無能ではないわ。単に学習の機会を得られなかっただけ。さあ、これをかぶって。
She took out full-face helmets.
なんでヘルメット
Where did she get them?
これかぶって働けってか。
さすがにヘルメットでその気になるほど俺たちは子供じゃねえぞ。
They were unamused, showing no interest towards the headwear.
大体よ、俺たちは労働に向いてねえんだわ。
ああ、いくら金稼ぐためとはいえ、へこへこ頭下げたりなんてできねえよ。
猫なで声で客にこびるとか無理だろ。無理。
つうわけだからよ、セレンさん。俺たちを働かそうとするのは諦めてくれよ。働くくらいなら死んだ方がマシだぜ。
私たちは
俺たちは
絶対働かねえからな。
Well, how long ago was this? Oh, that's a few months. Two months later. What? Ha 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 ha!
はいはい。先日はどうもごちそうさま。ご制約ですか？ありがとうございます。すぐに書類を送らせていただきますね。はいはーい。
弊社に受注させてください。必ずや期待に応えてご覧に入れます。お願いします。
それじゃあ今日も元気に現場行ってきます。
The conditions in prison changed drastically. The convicts rented a room in prison to have an office. They worked day and night. Typically, a prisoner cannot leave the premise. They received repentance labor permits allowing them to work. Prison Temp wasn't a typical agency. It was a group of specialized professionals. That's what was written on their homepage. Extra large vehicle driver. Unique construction designer. Dangerous goods manager. There are only a few such specialists in the world. Prison Temp to respond to demand, it developed rapidly. And its CEO was...
社長、業績は順調に推移しています。この分なら警備省への上納金は借り入れなしで支払うことが可能です。
油断してはダメよ。そろそろ競合他社が嫉妬して妨害工作を仕掛けてくる頃合いだから。そうなる前に手を打つの。警備省の OB をトラブルシューターとして雇い入れておきましょう。
はい、すぐにリストアップを進めます。
それから法務省の独占禁止委員会の皆様に賄賂を。
Bribe?
そろそろ調査が入るはずだから。
Saren, the CEO, had talent to sense danger. That was the key to the company's rapid growth.
社長はどうして先のことがわかるのでしょう。まるで未来を見ているみたいに。
私が見ているのは未来ではなく摂理。
はあ、摂理？
一つ得れば一つ失う。一つ失えば一つ得る。この世界はそういう風にできているの。
That's why.
せっかく手にしたものを奪われたくなかったらあらかじめ差し出さなくてはいけないわ。
Zora was very careful about sharing gains, so that they didn't gain too much alone. She didn't want to oppose the laws, otherwise there would be punishment. She knew that from her own experience. But it would be pointless to care only about that. Evil sometimes comes like a catastrophe. Oh, they're drunk.
どう思うよ。どうって何がだよ。
決まってんだろ。あのカスどもの会社だよ。週刊中の犯罪者が会社を起こして大儲け。いやもう末だぜ。ふざけるにも程があんだろ。
ああ、犯罪者が幅利かせるようになったらこの国はおしまいだぜ。
大体よ、おかしいと思わねえか。あいつらがスペシャリストとしてもてはやされるなんてよ。
What even constitutes a company? They used to be trash. Prey.
絶対何かからくりがあるはずだぜ。
みんな騙されてるに決まってるわ。
こりゃ詐欺だぜ。
許せねえよな。
正義のためにあいつらをぶっ潰してやんねえと。
In other words, it was envy. They couldn't bear the thought that people they detested were successful.
けどよ、あいつらを殺しちまったら高い酒が飲めなくなっちまうんだよな。
Tasty booze. Prison guards were getting a lot of donations from Saren's company. Consequently, the standard of their lives greatly improved. They could buy quality liquor.
くさ、どうすりゃいいんだ。
Just shut up and take it like a man. Still, they couldn't bear it. It would be a pity to lose their cash flow. Pride? Or money? After thinking it through, they came to a conclusion. Hi, what's up?
江崎、お前の会社を俺たちに譲渡しろ。
They could simply take over the company. That was the conclusion they came to.
そんなに会社が欲しいならあげてもいいわ。
Saren agreed to the transfer of the company with surprisingly ease.
賢明じゃねえか。さすが天才だな。
それじゃあ早速譲渡の契約書にサインを。
それであなたたちは何を差し出すの？
ああ、差し出す。
当然でしょ。奪うのならその分何かを返さなくてはいけないわ。
もったいぶってんじゃねえよ。どうせ詐欺みたいなやり口で大きくした会社だろうが。
詐欺？いいえ、うちの会社を大きくしたのは囚人の真っ当な努力。あの子たちは立派よ。放棄して働いて自らの人生を惜しげもなく捧げることで、それに比べて本当に何もないのね、あなたたちって。省庁に就職できず仕方なく監獄に勤め、
Please
せ
do
めて
not
真面目に
aggravate them.
働けばいいものを現実と向き合う勇気がないからお酒に逃げてばかりいる。本当にないない尽くし、何も哀れね。
Well, everything she said was true. They didn't want to hear it. And the prisoners.
お前ごときがこの俺を。
おい、よせ。
見下すんじゃね
よせ。
Saren had connections in the Ministry of Security. They couldn't get rid of her. Despite knowing that, the man couldn't control himself. Enraged, he shot his gun. And when he calmed down... Saren's body was riddled with bullets. She wasn't breathing. So wait, how does she live? Unless it's the fact that we're all androids, that she just transferred her mind to a different body? Like, is that possible?
お前何してんだよ。江崎を殺すのはまずいってあれほど。こいつが悪いんだ。俺をバカにしやがるから。いいから早く逃げるぞ。見つかったらまずい。
The guards dashed out of the room. It's fine. She was a prisoner to begin with. They only killed an inmate. What's the big deal? They opened the door to see Saren, whose dead body they had just left behind.
なんで生きて。
お腹に風穴が開いてしまったわ。ねえ、返して。
Uh-oh.
返す。
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
あなたの撃った銃弾でずいぶん血肉を失ったわ。だから奪ったものは返さなくてはいけないのよ。
Uh-oh. The bloody demon raised her hands and drew near. They showered her with bullets, thoroughly, so that she'd never come back to life again. They had to kill her for certain. Get rid of this monster right here and now. When they ran out of bullets, they closed the door and stood breathing heavily. It was fine. She was a monster anyway. They riddled her with bullets, turning her into a pile of disjointed flesh. They did the right thing. They exterminated a monster, regained the peace in Shuten.
ねえ、返して。
Oh no, this is like a horror movie! Ah! They just massacred the abomination. How could she still be alive?
奪ったら返さなくてはいけないのよ。
I am so glad that I stopped streaming last night because this would have given me nightmares. She took a step closer.
ねえ、返して。
Their clips are already empty.
返して。
There was nowhere to run. Oh. Oh.
や
It's
は
not real.
りよからぬことを企んでいたのね。強欲は身を滅ぼすとなぜわからないのかしら。
早めに捕まえといて正解でしたね。
捕まえたっつうか、こいつらが勝手に酔いつぶれてたんだけどな。
社長、このバカどもどうします？
酒瓶を抱かせてゴミ捨て場に置いておきなさい。
うっす。
Screaming guards were taken out of the room in silence. That was Sarah's laboratory. In the center was a high-spec computer. It was surrounded by beds. A helmet lay beside each pillow.
それでは梅雨払いも済んだことだし、私たちも行きましょう。私たちの世界に。
Sarah put on her helmet and lied down on a bed.
交際認証オン。認証ナンバー S0003 電脳空間草薙にようこそいらっしゃいました。我らが創造主、ご来訪を心より歓迎いたします。
Oh, it's a skull. Saren, who was lying in bed one moment, disappeared into a different dimension.
いつ見ても美しいですね。私たちの学びや電脳空間草薙は。
ええ、 ずいぶん解像度が上がったわ。それに物理演算も正常に作用しているようね。
ええ、まさにリアルそのものかと。
It was a different world created by Saren. Long ago, this technology used to be called VR or full dive. The prisoners' minds were converted into avatars. As for what they were doing,
皆学びに精を出しているようですね。
this whole space was a vocational school for the convicts. The AI course that Saren made from scratch gave them knowledge and skills needed to work, and they could put it into practice immediately.
草薙はまさに理想的な職業学校と言えましょう。最高の指導、繰り返される実践、そしてここにはリアルの約10倍の時間があるのですから。
In the space of consciousness, the flow of time was different. You could spend 10 days here, while only one passed in the real world. In this place, prisoners would undergo training to improve their skills. When they were ready, they would be dispatched as temp workers. This was the mechanism behind the sudden growth of prison temp, created by Saren. But even with such a perfect environment, not everything was going smoothly. Uh-oh.
いちいち煽ってきやがって。てめえ。
Well, that's no good.
あ？八つ当たりか。てめえが下手くそなのがいけねえんだろうが。
Prisoners suddenly began arguing.
こら、あなたたち。喧嘩はよしなさい。社長の前ですよ。
The secretary desperately tried to stop them, but to no avail. Instead, they got even more heated.
授業なんてやってられっか。おい、リアルに出ろ。てめえだけはぶっ殺してやる。望むところだ。スパナで頭かち割ってやるよ。
The prisoners were violent folk. Fistfights and quarrels were an everyday occurrence. For a while, their fights became more brutal, and the business plan experienced a setback. However, help came from the least expected place.
こらー！先生方に迷惑かけてんじゃねえぞてめえら！
Oh no! Suddenly a motorcycle gang appeared before them? Their flag says disciplinary committee. They surrounded the men in no time.
俺たちクズを導いてくださる先生方を困らせてんじゃねえよ。これ以上やるってんなら喧嘩両成敗だ。中
ウーさん、
That's cool?
すみません。
What the fuck?
違うんです。俺たちちょっとふざけてただけで。喧嘩すんなとは言わねえよ。けどな、場所は選べ、筋は通せ。俺たちクズにチャンスを与えてくれた先生方への恩をあだで返すんじゃねえ。
はい。ちゃんと勉強します。しますから。
自称風紀委員会。少々そやではありますが、文句は言えませんね。我々も彼らに助けられていますし。
そうね。彼らはいわば必要悪。
Fights were frequent in the newly established Kusanagi. The disciplinary committee was there to maintain order. And Ku Otsuki was the leader. He was a charismatic boy known for his ability to keep the peace at the end. When he got angry, no one was able to utter a word of objection. Except for one person.
グー君、喧嘩はよしなさい。
江崎博士、お疲れっす。
Ku sat up straight the moment Saren spoke to him.
あなた、見かけるたびに柄が悪くなるのね。また勝手にアバターを変えたでしょ。
これはそのちょっとした改造で。
ダメじゃない。アバターの無断改造は高速で禁止されているはずでしょ。
いや、俺元の体がヘナチョコだからアバターで持っとかないと舐められんだよ。
言い訳は後で聞くわ。校長室に来なさい。お説教よ。
俺これからメンバーと巡回に。
Aww.
さあ、早く。
Aww. Aww. Saren took him with her. She held his hand in front of everyone. been gossip that in Kusanagi lately about the prodigy girl Sarah and Aisaki and the hooligan boy Kuhotsuki. Could they have been an item? Man, this makes me feel bad that he's dead now. Please tell me that's not the real him.
あんな風に連れてかれたら下の門に示しってもんが。
あなたが校則に違反するのが悪いのよ。もう少しおとなしくなさい。
おとなしくなんてできるわけねえだろ。リーダーは駆けずり回ってなんぼじゃねえか。
いいえ、安静にしていなきゃダメ。心臓の調子だってあまり良くないのでしょ。
いや、それは確かにそうだけどよ。
In the real world, Ku had been hospitalized with a severe heart condition. He was making full dives to this world straight from his hospital bed.
精神と肉体は密接に結びついてる。あまり興奮しないようにしないと。
だから心配いらねえって。ここで元気にしてりゃリアルの病も必ず治る。
医療は科学よ。プラセボで重病が治るわけないでしょ。
いやでもよ、じっとしてる方が俺の体には毒なんだよ。気が流行って心拍数が跳ね上がるぜ。なあ畜生、俺も早く心臓直して仕事に出て。
He was always like this. When he wasn't asleep, he used all his time looking for something to do.
どうしてあなたはそんなにも落ち着きがないのかしら。
決まってんだろ。俺に落ち着く資格がねえからだよ。俺に穏やかな時間なんてあっていいわけがねえんだ。江崎博士だって知ってんだろ。俺は人殺しだぜ。
Ku deeply regretted the hit and run he committed in the past. He wanted to help others as a way to repent, but due to his illness, he couldn't work in the real world. That frustration led to extreme and reckless actions. His way of thinking and behaving were hard to understand for normal people. That's exactly why. It was so fascinating. Saren liked him. He was a true outlaw, raised in the street. He had nothing. He was motivated, but he didn't have any special skills. Still, the prisoners followed him. Why was he so popular? Saren didn't know the law of the streets. And if she didn't know something, it meant that she had to research it.
クー君は罪の償いをしたいのよね。
ああ、そのためなら何だってする。
だったら私の研究に協力なさい。科学への貢献は立派な善行だから。さあ、またあれをやるわよ。
She took Ku to her desk.
大月クー、あなたは誰？
ストリートキッズだ。路上が俺の根城だよ。
大月クー、あなたは誰？
ひき逃げ犯、女を殺した最低のクズだ。
大月クー、あなたは誰？
俺は捨て子だ。母さんは俺と同じ心臓の病気で死んで、残された俺は親戚に引き取ってもらえなかったんだ。
大月クー、あなたは。
Every time Saren brought Ku to her office, she asked him this question like a ritual. Asked thousands of questions, conducted psychological tests, made him draw and play chess. She was staring into the flow chart depicting his thought pattern.
大月クー、路上のリーダー。仲間のストリートキッズを家族とみなし、強い情愛を注いでいる。身内への強い情愛は路上に放り出された過去の自分を救済しようとしているのかしら。
Thanks to her research, Sarah was almost able to understand his way of thinking. The flowchart was almost done. Almost.
完成度 99%。
It was not yet 100%. There was one piece left.
クー君はどうして？
Why did he leave the woman he hit with his motorcycle to die? Ku Otsuki, a homeless street kid. His father had vanished before Ku was born. His mother raised him on his own, but she died from heart disease when he was little. The devastated boy had been handed from one relative to the next, and abandoned in the end. He was alone. In order to survive, he joined the street kids. Together, they committed petty theft using cars and motorcycles. The self-taught drivers raced together through the city. He had earned his companion's trust. Eventually, he became their leader. He came from nothing, but had found a new family. That family was more important than anything else. Thanks to her research, Sarah understood Ku's past well, but it was not yet 100%. There was just one thing left that she didn't know about him.
クー君、そろそろ話してくれないかしら。あなたがひき逃げをした時の心境を。
だから何度も話したじゃねえか。もしもリーダーの俺が捕まったら家族が路頭に迷うかもしれねえだろ。逃げなきゃダメだ。そう思っちまったんだよ。
He didn't seem to be lying, but
いいえ、それは嘘よ。
she had come to this conclusion. According to the ministry report, the victim has still been breathing when he ran. She could have been saved had he called an ambulance. Was Ku so cruel as to leave the poor victim behind? If he had been so despicable, he wouldn't have been so popular. The members of the disciplinary committee would follow him anywhere. They love him dearly.
あなたには被害者を見捨てなければいけなかった事情があったはずなの。それもよほどの。
だからねえってそんな事情は。江崎博士は俺を買いかぶりすぎなんだよ。
いいえ、ある。絶対にあるはずよ。
She was impatient to know. Why was he so obstinate? When she, the real genius, had asked him so many times.
私の頭脳を煩わせるなんて。
Ah!
いけない子ね。
Ah!
いい加減になさい。
Ah! Ah! Wait, no, this is not that kind of
全
game!
部話して、すべてさらけ出しなさい。あなたという存在の本質を。
Who flushed a dark red when Saren pushed him down?
クーさん、そこだ。
江崎社長に恥かかせんなよ。
チューしろ、チュー。
Not mind the jeers, Saren kept her cool. She wanted to know. She wanted to understand everything.
悪い江崎博士、俺瞬間に行くわ。
まだ話は。
Who took his chance and fled? He was always like this. The more she tried to get closer to him, the more he would run. The last 1% remained unfilled. How could she make him talk about his past? What should she...
タイムマシンでもあればいいのに。
She whispered in her office. If she had such a device, she could go back in time to observe Ku's life.
タイムマシンですか？
Her secretary, having overheard, repeated this while tilting her head.
タイムマシンといえば以前噂になったことがありましたよね。異教徒が過去に戻れるマシンを発明したとか。
あ、あっ ったわね、そんな噂も。
Heretic scientists had built a machine capable of reversing time. There has been gossip in Shuten Order some years ago, but it was impossible. If it really did exist, so did the possibility of going back in time to fix old mistakes. One cannot go back to the past. Just then.
そうか。戻せばいいんだわ。
A thought flashed in Zaren's mind. She had figured out how to get close to Ku.
私はしばらくラボにこもる。社長業は任せるわ。
あ、お待ちください社長。
Are you creating an artificial Ku to send out to Ryugu? From that day, Saren shut herself in her lab, writing a program. She neither slept nor rest. She had a reason to hurry.
クー君、まだ死んじゃダメよ。
His body was ravaged by the disease. He could die at any moment. According to the doctors, there was nothing else that could be done for him. She wanted to study the nature of Ku Otsuki before he perished, and to make him live forever. Oh, that would make more sense why that ending, his closed path, was return 0. Because that's usually what you put at the end of a program or a function. I was wondering why the code was in there. He was dumbfounded. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That day, he made a full dive as usual, but he was in a completely different world. Where was he?
監獄の外。
The townscape of Shuten that he was so familiar with. The street. And that one too. He knew them all. He would have often run through them with his comrades.
さあ、ぼさっとしてないで早く行くわよ。
江崎博士？
He turned in the direction of the voice to see Saren, and
このバイク、俺の。
ええ。あなたが路上時代に愛用していたバイク。監視カメラのアーカイブから再現したの。
oh, hang on. I got a call. I need to take this. I'll be right back. I don't know how long this is gonna be, so I'm gonna put up the be right back screen. Hang on! Alright, sorry about that. Apparently she called earlier. I didn't hear the call. I heard the message that she left behind after the call, which is weird. Whatever. Ku instinctively clutched his vehicle. He wanted to apologize to it. In reality, he disposed of it long ago. Because of the accident.
江崎博士、嫌がらせにしてはスケールが大きすぎやしねえか。
嫌がらせではないわ。私はあなたと走りたいだけ。走りましょう。あなたの過去を。運転は任せるわ。
Saren sat on the bike and extended her hand to the boy. Was it okay to take her hand? He was sullied with crime. He had no right to ride his beloved bike. But he couldn't resist and climbed onto the motorcycle. He should have already forgotten about this town and bike. But with the two of them right before his eyes, there was no way he'd pass up a ride. He rode through the city of Shuten. The main street, back alleys. He rode with the same speed as he used to in the past. The town was silent, but Ku could hear many voices. The angry voice of a street vendor. The siren of a police car.
頼むぜク。お前の運転テクであいつら振り切ってくれよ。
The voices of his comrades riding along with him. With every voice, his heart grew closer to the past. The past he tried to forget, that now so vividly surrounded him.
やはり大切なのは環境ね。
Saren clung to his back, sensing how he felt. If she wanted to research his past, all she needed to do was take him there. In order to demonstrate that theory, Saren recreated the town from his past within Kusanagi. With this, he was bound to tell her. Now that they share his past, it was the same as if they'd been friends all along. Secrecy was pointless.
なあ、江崎博士はどうして捕まったんだ？
Saren was surprised at his sudden inquiry.
私の罪が気になるの？
ああ、江崎博士は全然自分のことを話してくれねえじゃねえか。たまには俺にもあんたのことを教えてくれよ。交換しようぜ。お互いの過去。一緒に走った俺たちはもう仲間だろ。
He was right. If she wanted him to speak, she should have offered her past first. So she decided to tell him why she was here. What crime led her to those chains? Was it real that she used the power of God? Isn't that what they mentioned her? Or the fact that she was a heretic?
"私は単に恩返しをしたかっただけなの。
恩返しって誰に？
イオンテコ。 科学省の幹部。
そいつの名前は俺でも聞いたことがある。確かすっげえ天才なんだろ。
ええ、彼の才は私以上よ。それに慧眼も併せ持つ自称研究者に過ぎなかった私の才を彼だけは見抜いてくれた。そればかりか、史上最大の研究所竜宮の副所長に任命してくれたのよ。
Saren's life had changed since Teko Eon made his surprising choice. Her talent fully blossomed when she was allowed to use the best research environment. It was all thanks to his choice. Everyone hailed her as she rose to prominence with sheer intellect, a genius of the era. But she wasn't happy. When she was in Ryugu, she'd always been worried.
こんな大きな恩どうやって返せばいいの？
Teko Eon gave her everything she had. She needed to return the favor, but it was too huge. What could she do? How could she... Finally, she reached a conclusion.
私ね、彼の夢を叶えてあげることにしたの。
イオンテコの夢？
彼ね、地球に生命を復活させようとしていたのよ。星を命で満たしたいんですって。
できんのかよ、そんなこと。地球はもう死の星なんじゃなかったのか？
理論上は可能よ。死の星でも生き抜けるだけの強さを持った生物を生み出せばいいだけの話だから。
For that sake, she tried forcing the creatures to adapt. She made organisms on land stronger. She made organisms in the sea stronger. She resurrected the dinosaurs and made them stronger.
恐竜の復活？いや、さすがにそりゃ冗談だろ。
いいえ、案外簡単だったわ。最高のコンピューターが演算を肩代わりしてくれたから。
途方もねえな、天才って。不可能なんてないんじゃねえか？
いいえ、そうでもないわ。どんな天才にも限界はあるの。例えば
Teko Eon and Saren Izuki. The project to bring things back to life was going smoothly. Everyone thought so. They believed that those two could actually succeed. But then... the research failed in the very last stage.
私たちは強い生物を作り出すことには成功したけど、繁殖能力を取り戻すことには失敗したわ。
The Earth was currently in a sixth extinction. There was hardly any life outside Shuten. The main cause of the extinction was the loss of the ability to reproduce. It applied to plants, animals, and humans. None of the life forms were able to birth offspring, and the cause remained unknown. Even prodigies such as Teko Eon and Saren Izuki couldn't solve this riddle.
私は彼にプロジェクトの中止を進めたわ。繁殖能力を取り戻せないのであれば、地球を生命で満たすのは不可能だって。でも彼は決して諦めようとしなかった。
Teko was obsessed with making his dream come true.
作るんだ、究極の生命を。繁殖能力を取り戻した生命、究極進化個体。
The ultimate life form. A living being able to reproduce. Strength lies in numbers. If there were enough living creatures, they wouldn't go extinct easily. But that was just an abstract theory. Saren wanted to make Teko's dream come true. But it was absolutely impossible to achieve. She found herself stuck between loyalty and reality. She made up her mind.
私ね、別の世界で彼の夢を叶えてあげることにしたの。
別の世界？
One day, while Teko was asleep, Saren slipped a helmet on his head. When she did, he was taken away to a new world constructed in the electronic sea. It was covered in vast nature, just like the old Earth. It seemed like a paradise.
もう 地球を再生する必要なんてないの。みんなでこの電脳世界に移り住めばいいのよ。
With this, Saren extended her hand to Tekka. This should be enough to pay off her debt, but
ふざけるな。こんなまがいものでは約束を果たしたことにならない。
he rejected her.
イオン・テコは誰かと約束していたらしいの。地球を生命で満たすって。だから
電脳世界じゃダメっつうわけか。
ええ、彼はあくまで星の復活にこだわっていたわ。天才らしくもない干渉ね。
干渉っつうかロマンだな。約束に準じるなんて見上げた根性じゃねえか。
ロマンを追い求めるのはいいけれど、見ていられなかったわ。才能を浪費する天才の姿なんて。
Saren tried to convince him to abandon the project and pivot to bringing Shuten into the cyberspace. She was determined to not let Tekko Eon's gift go to waste. As a result,
動くな。江崎セレン、お前を国家転覆罪で逮捕する。
国家転覆罪ってなんでだよ。江崎博士は何も悪いことなんて。
いいえ、私の思想は悪いことなの。地球に再び生命を定着させ、万物の霊長としての責務を果たす。それは終点鏡の大目標の一つ。
she did
私
not.
は一介の科学者の分際でその目標を否定したのだから。
I get strangled this game sometimes. She did not resist arrest. It's obvious for those who violate the law to go to jail. What truly hurt her?
残念だよ、ドクター江崎。まさか君を切り捨てることになるとはね。
It was Tekko Eon himself who reported her to the Ministry of Security. Into the floor, Saren was in shock. How could Tekko abandon her? At the same time, she knew that it was only natural. She and Tekko were incapable of forming a non-transactional relationship. If interests don't align, it's normal to be disposed of.
だからね、クー君。私はあなたが羨ましいわ。
俺が羨ましい？いや、俺みてえな重病人のチンピラ風情に羨むような価値は。
だからそれあなたには何もないのに、いつだって仲間たちに囲まれているでしょ。並大抵ではない人望よ。それは利害を超越したハートとハートの関係なの。
If she could only understand Ku Otsuki perfectly, maybe something like emotion would grow in her hollow heart too. For that
だ
sake,
からこそ気になるの。ひき逃げなんて起こしたのか。
Ku refrained from answering immediately and fell silent. Then, he stopped in the middle of the road, in the exact spot where the accident occurred.
"頼まれたんだ。見殺しにしてくれって。
That night, Ku was riding his motorcycle down a back alley. Suddenly, a woman jumped out right in front of him.
バカ野郎！
He braked immediately, but it was too late. Her body tumbled on the dark road.
大丈夫か？意識はあるか？
He ran over to where she laid. She was coughing blood, but was still conscious.
すまねえ。すぐに病院に連れて行く。
He was about to put her on a on his motorbike. But
やめて。このまま死なせて。
despite being out of breath, she yelled in a hoarse voice.
私死なないと保険金が下りない。
つまり保険金目当ての自殺ということ？
ああ、事故で死ぬと保険金が下りるんだとよ。その金で莫大な借金を返そうとしてたんだ。
They wouldn't pay for someone who committed obvious suicide for cash. That's why she was waiting there on a road without cameras. For a vehicle that would accidentally hit her.
それでクー君は見殺しにしたのね。見知らぬ女の希望通りに。
ああ、そういうことになるな。
でもなぜ？自分の人生を棒に振ってまで他人の希望を叶える義理はないでしょ。
女には子供がいるらしいんだよ。しかも母一人子一人の母子家庭らしい。子供がいんならあんたはなおさら生きなきゃダメだ。早く病院に。
ダメ。お金がないとあの子が生きていけない。
金なんかあったって家族がいなきゃ意味。
あの子に寒い思いをさせたくない。あの子をホームレスにはせめてお金を。それが親の。
She was pleading for death while coughing blood. When her blood hit his face, a memory appeared in Ku's mind.
ごめんね。何も買ってあげられなくてごめんね。
His mother, suffering from heart disease, uttered those last words. His mother took that regret to her deathbed because she made her son live a life of poverty.
ごめんね。クー。何も残してあげられなくて。
She died with an apology on her lips. She wanted to leave her son in peace, but she didn't want him to live a poor life. She shared the same wish with this woman. The sight of the woman and the last memory of his mother overlapped. Before he knew it, he was already on his motorbike, leaving the woman behind. He wanted to get as far as possible from that place before he changed his mind. He knew it was the wrong choice. A hit and run was a serious crime. Still, he couldn't bring himself to interfere. She did that hoping for her child's happiness.
でもよ、逃げる途中で俺は気がついちまったんだ。ほっとしてたんだよ、俺は。
He was relieved that he managed to escape. He felt that somewhere deep in his heart.
魔が差すことは誰にでもあるわ。でもそれが本性というわけではないでしょ。
いや、俺は結局保身のためにあいつを見殺しにしたんだ。こんな俺じゃ。
He had killed someone. He couldn't return to his street family until he washed the blood off his hands. I killed a person. I killed a woman.
償いをしねえと。
When the Ministry of Security arrested him, Ku didn't resist. He killed a person. It was only natural for him to face the consequences. He killed a person, so he had to be punished. He had to atone. He wanted to atone so badly. Despite this, his heart condition rendered him immobile. He needed to atone, even as an avatar. Redemption for his sin.
俺は帰りてんだ。笑ってあいつらのところに。
The moment Ku yelled, Saren felt a strange warm sensation in her chest.
理解度 100%。
The The last piece fell into its place and her research was complete. It had been 2 years since Sarah met Ku and Kusanagi. She researched every possible thing about him. She spoke to him repeatedly. She came close to him. And finally, they shared the most important memories of each other's past. Her research has borne fruit at last. She finally fundamentally understood Ku. The warm emotion that manifested in her hollow chest proved this.
熱くて心地いい。
This was the truth behind Ku's popularity. Taryn finally understood.
ありがとう。これであなたに関する研究は完了よ。どうやってこの恩を返そうかしら。
いらねえよ、そういうのは。ダチの間で貸し借りはなしにしようぜ。
いいえ、これは貸し借りではなく願い。
願い？
ええ、私の心は大月空という少年に何かをしてあげたいと感じているの。
He was caught off guard. What could he want from her at this point? Ah, there was something.
じゃあさ、いつか江崎博士の力で俺を竜宮に働きに行かせてくれねえか。
それくらいお安いご用意よ。でもそんなことでいいの？
ああ、見てみてんだよ。江崎博士が生み出してきたもの。それに竜宮で働いてりゃいつか所長のイオンテコに会えるかもしれねえしな。
会いたいの？彼に？
ああ、会って言ってやりてえことがあるんだよ。今すぐ監獄に行って江崎博士と仲直りしろってな。
何を言っているの、クー君。仲直りも何も、私と彼の関係は最悪な形で終わって。
終わってねえだろ、何も。もしも本当に終わってんならさ、どうしてあんた泣いてんだよ。
え？
Something warm was streaming down her cheeks unbidden. First tears she's ever cried. They fell one after another. She wanted to meet Teko again so badly. That's what her heart was saying.
あんま強がんなよ。ずっと監獄で自分磨きを続けてたんだろ。なんとなくわかるんだよ。あんたは俺と話してる時も別のどこかを見てたからな。おかげで勘違いせずに済んだぜ。
Self-improvement. Did she do that? Did she incite a rebellion at the largest prison in the country for Teko? Saren didn't understand her own feelings. Her heart and brain weren't in sync.
でも彼に会ったところで何を話せばいいの？私きっと素直に話せない。意地を張ってしまうかも。
だからそのための俺だろ。俺がイオンテコをだまくらかして適当に仲立ちすっから、博士は伝と構えてりゃいいんだよ。
彼はそんなに甘くない。クー君、軽々しく彼に近づいちゃダメよ。あまりイオンテコに近づくとあなたまで利用されて使い潰されてしまうかも。
俺はそんなヤワじゃねえって。路上で身につけた技で天才を手のひらでコロコロしてやるつもりだぜ。
きっとよ。きっと無事に帰ってきて。
Oh no!
あなたが傷ついたりしたら私まで。
Bro, I'm gonna be so sad if that was really him that died. Just then.
大月空の心肺
No!
心肺停止を確認。強制ログアウトを開始します。
Ku put his hand to his chest, obviously suffering. An alarm echoed. The forced logout screen appeared. His worn-out heart has reached its limit.
こんなどこで。
クー君、しっかりして。
Saren extended her arms as if to embrace him. In the next moment, Ku vanished from Kusanagi. No! Don't try not to cry here! Don't do this to me! Please! Don't do this to me, I beg you! I'm gonna cry! Man, I'm not okay. No! I blurted out. I'm gonna hang on. No! 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 I'm not okay! I'm not okay! I'm not okay! I'm not okay. Izuki seems to show significant distress.
やはり君たちは知り合いか。
Despite being just a prisoner, Ku Otsuki knew Izuki was alive. I suspected they knew each other.
大月空は私の研究に協力してくれたの。
科学者と被験者か。
I bet that's not all. If the relationship stopped at that, Izuki wouldn't be so distraught. Finally, I found something to negotiate with. Here's my chance.
聞きたくないか。大月空の最後について。彼が異教徒とどう戦ったのか。
Even with the bait dangling before her, Izuki remained silent. I want to...
いいよ。僕が勝手に話すから、君も勝手に聞くといい。
There's no other option. I'll tell her everything without holding back.
昨日の夕方頃、地下にテロリストが突入してきたんだ。地上の研究室にいた僕は、大月空と手を結び。
I tell her everything honestly. How I deceived Ku with my silver tongue. How I fed his comrades to the dinosaurs. How even after all that, he helped solve the incident. How his efforts revealed the enemy's true identity as Pure Land. How thanks to him, my partner robot achieved great growth. How he sacrificed himself to save his companions in my place. And how he finally died exhausted.
大月空は何度も言っていたよ。償いをしたいって。そのためにテロリストと戦っていたんだ。テロを打ち破って世界を救う。それは彼の最後の願いでもある。だから江崎、手を貸してくれ。大月空の願いを叶えるためにも。
Appealing to emotions is futile. I knew as much, but my voice naturally grew louder. I was getting ready to say how I wanted to repay Ku, who sacrificed himself. Something changed. I became speechless. I can't believe my eyes.
江崎。
Oh, was she crying? That's Sarah and Izuki. Oh no, I can't do it! Ah! I'm not okay! I'm not okay. Nothing is okay anymore! Ah! Emotions are dumb, video games are dumb, stories are dumb. Everything is dumb. He's just a little lad. She's just a little girl, so why am I crying so much? I hate it here. Putting the rat on my head, I wanna sad. You have a little rat friend. has tears streaming down her face.
クーくん頑張ったのね。テロリストと勇敢に戦って。
I hope. I assume there's a last path after doing all 5 of these. I hope he's alive, cause god damn it, I would be fucking crushed if he stays dead.
偉いわ。クーくんは本当に偉い。よく
Not okay.
頑張ったわね。
I'm not okay. She's not okay either. The genius cries like a normal girl in front of me. This is not the Izuki I know. It seems she's changed greatly during these years in prison. What changed her? Could it be Ku Otsuki? Izuki continued to cry for a few minutes. It spoke as she stopped. I'm not okay.
いいわ。一度だけあなたに手を貸してあげる。
本当か。
それが大月空の望みなら、彼には返しきれない恩があるから。心をもらってしまった恩が。
What a fantastic move, Kuotsuki! Making Izuki feel something is no small feat. Shuten order is saved!
それで、私はどこで何をしたらいいの？
僕の研究室に教祖の頭部を確保してある。そこから意識を抜き出して。
教祖様の人格を再現すればいいのね。電の。
ああ、教祖の口から直接聞き出さなくてはいけないんだ。今にも停止してしまいそうなヤタの再起動コード。
That biocomputer is the cornerstone of Shuten. Can't be allowed to stop. We must hurry. For Raleigh, too. He's still fighting by himself underground. And so, I succeeded in getting Sarah and Izuki out of prison. I'm not okay. Everything about this route is awful. Worst route of the game. Negative 5 million out of 10. Man. The wing I tore myself returns. The wing I tore off myself returns to Ryugu. Battle of Pure Land finally reaches its climax. However, this is unbearably awkward. I watched standing behind Izuki as she works on my computer. Izuki and I were never close. Plus, I feel guilty for having sent her to prison. There is no way a conversation could flow. I knew it would turn out like this. That's the whole reason why I called Ray to come up. Why isn't he here yet? What's taking that idiot so long?
しもべれ、今から早く僕の研究室に来い。
テコさん、ちょうど今そちらに向かっているところです。
ぐずぐずするな。早く来てくれ。二人だと気まずくて仕方ないんだ。
二人？じゃあドクター江崎と無事合流できたってことですか？
ああ、僕の研究室にいる。空気が重くて死にそうだ。一刻も早く。
準備完了よ。さあ、このヘルメットをかぶって。
ああ。
I hastily ended the call with Ray and followed Izuki's instructions. I put on the full face device Izuki gave me. The very next moment.
交際認証オン。認証ナンバー S0002。ようこそイオンテコ様。電脳空間草薙にようこそいらっしゃいました。ご来訪を心より歓迎いたします。
In a blink of an eye, I'm surrounded by magnificent nature. A place like the Earth of the past. Before the extinction period.
フルダイブには成功したようね。アバターの身体感覚に違和感は？
いや、問題は何一つない。まるでリアルにいるみたいだ。
まるでも何も、そこはリアルよ。あなたの夢を叶えるために作り上げた次なるリアル。
Kusanagi cyberspace. Hizaki developed this technology for me, to fill the Earth with life again. Hizaki created a space similar to the Earth of the past to fulfill my dream. And yet I...
ふざけるな。こんなまがいものでは約束を果たしたことにならない。
I brushed her off. What's even more? I banished her from Ryugu, sending her to prison. At the time, I thought I had no choice but to cut her off. But now...
江崎、この事件が解決したらリュウグウに戻ってくる気はないか？
戻れるはずないでしょ。私は犯罪者よ。
恩赦を要求する。君の罪が帳消しになるように掛け合うつもりだ。
リュウグウに戻ったところで、どうせ私たちはまた衝突するわ。根本的に思想が相入れないもの。
確かに僕らは水と油だ。でもだからこそだよ。異物と衝突を繰り返すことでお互い成長することもある。僕はそれを学んだんだ。
Pawns aren't so worthless after all. Renku taught me that.
僕にもう一度チャンスをくれないか？
It might be selfish to ask for forgiveness now, but...
私との未来を望むなら、まずは過去に決着をつけなさい。話はそれから。
ああ、そうだな。一つ一つ順番に向き合っていくよ。過去に切り捨ててきたものと教祖の意識をインポートしてくれ。
I made my request with resolve.
抽出自我転送開始。アバターと自我を融合。身体感覚の同期処理開始。聖域モードに転換開始。
Finally, it begins. The ritual to revive the founder.
もうすぐそこに教祖様が現れる。あのお方の降臨と同時にその空間は隔絶され、外部からのいかなる観測も受け付けなくなるわ。ハッキングを気にすることなく存分に階段なさい。
ああ、何から何までオンに切るよ。
感謝なら空君に良き再会を。
Then the window showing Izuki's face disappears. The very next moment, the world fills with white light. Flickering lights start to form all around. They swell together, gathering at one point, and eventually... the founder's figure emerges at the focal point of the light. The founder is sleeping, leaning against a large tree. Her sleeping face reminds me of a delicate young girl. A miraculous sight. Myself, Rei, Ku, Arale, and Hizuki. Our complex and intertwined story finally led to the founder's revival. The founder stirs and opens her eyes gently.
ここどこ？ずいぶん綺麗なところだね。まるで楽園みたいだよ。
She's still half asleep. Her speech feels slower than when she was alive.
動物だ。かわいいウサギさんが歩いてる。あっちはパンダ。それに隣にはデコまでいる。
The founder's smile hasn't changed at all.
嬉しいな。デコが隣にいるなんて久しぶりだよ。これは夢？
ああ、お察しの通りだよ。あいにくだが全て夢だ。君も。
うん、そうだと思ったよ。夢みたいなことって夢でしか起こらないものだから。うん、頭がぼんやりしてるけどなんとなくわかる。 これは優しい嘘だって。ああ、要するに
The founder smiles as if she had figured it out.
死んだんだね、私。
Died. The moment those words left the founder's mouth, I almost fell to my knees.
自分の死について何か覚えていることは？
うん、何も。いつ死んだのかも思い出せないや。
そうか。
Hearing that, I feel a bit relieved. I'm glad she doesn't remember the pain of her body being cut apart. There's no time for sentiment.
君の意識を呼び覚ましたのは他でもない。緊急事態が起こったんだ。このままではヤタが止まる。
ヤタが？うわ、そりゃ大変だね。
ああ、一刻を争う事態だ。すぐに再起動をかけなくてはならないが、そのコードは君にしかわからない。
コード？それなら簡単だよ。ちゃんとヒントを残しておいたでしょ。
あんなものヒントになるか。くだらないクイズじゃないか。
I can't even read
す
it!
ぐに解けるクイズだよ。私に悲しい思いをさせた張本人なんだから。
悲しい思い？
あの日だよ。大聖堂でテコと最後に話したあの夜のこと。
As soon as she uttered those words, a memory resurfaced in my mind.
僕は今から君が一番大切にしているものを奪う。
That's right. That night I called the founder into the cathedral to say those awful words.
そうか。なら再起動コードは？
ま、分かったところでどうしようもないけどね。
Oh! Ah! A strong impact to my head. My vision goes black.
永遠の夢を、テコ。私と一緒に。
Huh? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean? I'm so confused. I'm so concerned. What do you mean to Ryugu? Version A? Huh? You want to talk about it? I'm sad. I hate this. I want to stop playing video games. I'm just gonna quit. I'm gonna go out on a farm. I'm gonna go make a farm. Nothing bad happens at a farm, right? Right? I need an adult. I'm still sad. Still very sad. I stepped out of the escape pod. I'm now in a lake surrounded by forest. I've managed to reach the shore, but
竜宮はどっちだろう。
I know it's around here, but
遅い。いつまで姫を待たせる気？
ずいぶん時間がかかったな。イオンテコはもう監獄から竜宮に戻っているかもしれないぞ。
ヒメルさん、ミコトルさん、探したんですよ。
I thought I lost sight of you underground. To think you were already at the surface.
二人ともどうやって地上に？脱出ポッドを使ったわけではないですよね。
我々天使には翼がある。いざとなれば 地獄から天界までひとっ飛びだ。
姫は飛ぶよりかけっこの方が好きだけどね。さあ竜宮まで走るわよ。
はい。
So we started running.
レイちゃん、走りながら聞いてほしいの。姫たち天使からのお願い。
お願い？
レイ、これから君はイオンテコの研究室で死んだ教祖の記憶を参照することになるだろう。
はい。死んだ自分の頭の中を見るなんてなんだかおかしな話ですけど。
教祖の頭の中を覗けたらエリミネートコードのありかを。
Huh?
エリミネートコード？それはヤタの再起動コードとは別のものなんですか？
ああ、全く別のものだが、終焉を止めるためにその所在を確かめておく
Nah,
必要があ
I
る。
don't trust that. Fuck you guys.
止めるために。
Fuck you guys.
エリミネートコードは封印された神の力だ。
No, it isn't. You're a liar.
そのありかは教祖だけが知っていた。
You're a liar.
あの恐るべき力が万が一でも誤った使われ方をしたら世界を滅ぼしてしまうだろう。だからどこにあるのかを知っておく必要が。
And then,
しもべれ、今どこだ？早く僕の研究室に来い。
Echo Eon's voice sounded through the headset.
ペコさん、ちょうど今そちらに向かっているところです。
ぐずぐずするな。早く来てくれ。二人だと気まずくてしか。
二人？じゃあドクター江崎と無事合流できたってことですか？
ああ、僕の研究室にいる。空気が重くて死にそうだ。一刻も早く。
How are you doing? How's the game going? Terribly. I didn't wake up to cry today, but I did. How are you doing? The call abruptly cuts off. It's really just that awkward.
というわけなんで急ぎましょう。ヒメルさん、ニコトルさん。
Worst path in the entire fucking game. I forced my exhausted body to run through the forest. Soon the battle will be over. Land has been wiped out. All that remains is to reboot Yada.
Ryugu が見えてきたわ。
急げ。イオンテコの研究室は最上階だ。
I dive into the entrance of Ryugu and run up the spiral staircase.
もう少しだよ。
Our battle, which pushed us deeper and deeper underground, is now on the surface. Finally, the end is in sight. Without knocking, I jump right into the lab. I lost my voice. We arrived in Teko Eon's laboratory, waiting for someone to fire. The mysterious girl had fired a gun. Who is this girl? Why is she firing a gun? I'd asked the angels for advice, but they disappeared again.
こんにちは、しもべレイさん。思ったより早かったわね。
Strange girl knew my name.
あなたは？
私は江崎セレン。
江崎セレン。江崎ってあなたがドクター江崎ってことですか？
I didn't know she was a woman. Well, regardless of that, how do I interpret this situation? In front of me is a girl with a gun, Sarah Nezuki. Teko Eon is sleeping in the corner with a helmet on, and Sarah Nezuki shot. My head.
なぜ教祖の頭部を
I like how... Oh, I didn't even realize the founder's head was in the background. But now it's broken.
もう役目を終えたからよ。
役目
ええ。イオンテコを電脳世界におびき寄せる餌としての役目。
Despite all this commotion, Teko Ion
彼
isn't
はも
waking
はや
up.
カゴの
Oh.
鳥。もう二度とリアルに戻ってくることはない。史上最高の天才もこうなっては型なしね。
Seiren Azuki strokes Teko Ion's cheek. It sent chills down my spine for some reason.
何
I can't comprehend what I see. Seiren Azuki. What is she?
何をしているの
つまり俺が黒幕ってことだよ。
Huh? I heard a voice. One I never thought I'd hear again.
空耳
But it was very clear. Who called the Bobo? Why are there sirens outside my freaking room? As if he had come back to life.
空耳じゃないぜ、レイさん。俺なら目の前にいるじゃねえか。
Huh? The eyes are different colors. This is...
クー君と同じ
not just the eyes, but the facial structure too. And... oh, her hand! And the scar on his hand. I was wondering why she had the gun! And the guns he used. Everything is the same as Ku.
本当にクー君なの
ああ、
The person in front of me nodded while speaking in two different voices.
私が江崎セレンよ。
俺
私が
が大月クーだ。あんたと一緒に地下を旅した大月クーだ。
I am. What is going on? What is going on? What is going on, yo? What the fuck is happening in this game? Ooh. Why? Ow. Oh wait, hang on. I gotta check stuff. It's fine. I am not okay. What is going on? I am not okay. What is going on? Did he die? Having logged off of Kusanagi, Saren ran down the hall, struggling for breath. She was headed to the prison hospital. That was where Ku had been hospitalized. Several minutes have already passed since his heart stopped. His heart stopped?! She was unlucky. Ku was already...
ダメよクー君。まだ死んじゃう。
While running, she prayed to make it on time. She had to. She couldn't lose him. Not Kuotsuki. But what she saw when she reached the ward
19時32分。ご臨終です。
Was Ku's lifeless body, his face covered in a white cloth. He was silent and lay completely still. She couldn't believe that just moments ago they were riding on his motorcycle together.
クー君。
最善を尽くしたのですが、もはや心臓が限界だったようです。
Saren stood there in utter shock. Ku didn't move an inch. He was clearly dead.
心中お察しします。死に立ち会うことができず、さぞや無念でしょう。ですが、彼は最後まで江崎博士に感謝しておりました。決して悔やむことは。
よかった。間に合ったのね。
Gunshot reverberated through the room. The doctor slumped to the floor, dead. 3 consecutive shots ran out as Saren shot the doctor again and again. She wanted to ensure that no one would see what she was about to do. Now with the second corpse in the room, she pulled a cloth from Ku's face. As she did, she saw the face of an innocent boy. He had red hair and freckles. He didn't resemble his avatar in the slightest. It was a completely different person. You're scooping out his eyeball! Saren opened his right eyelid and put a spoon inside. Then... And you had to animate the fucking sounds too? She gouged out his eyeball, as if carving a melon.
鮮度は大丈夫みたいね。本当に間に合ってよかった。
She held Ku's eyeball in her right hand. It was equivalent to having his ID. In her left hand, she held a nerve chip. Thanks to her research, she had almost perfectly recreated Ku's personality inside it. With these...
クー君、私の研究に付き合ってくれてありがとう。私の心臓を使わせてあげる。まずは素材を用意して。片方の眼球を入れ替えて。うなじから脳にチップを差し込めば。ほら、新たな大月空の出来上がり。
By replacing her eyeball, she obtained Ku's biological ID. Inserting the nerve chip into the brain allowed her to obtain his personality itself.
フェーズ4、大月空のスタートよ。さあ、起きなさい、クー君。退院の時間よ。
In the prison records, Saren died that day in an accident. On the same day, the prisoner left the hospital.
Ah, なんで俺こんなとこにいんだ。
Ku Otsuki was standing in the prison hall. He couldn't remember why he was here. He felt dizzy, but he gradually began to remember.
そうだ、俺昨日の夜に退院して。
He was cured thanks to the latest medical treatment devised by Saren Azuki. He was discharged and now he was headed to work. He was dispatched to Ryugu, the lab where Saren used to work.
恐竜のいる場所か。上等じゃねえか。 しゃ働くぜ
He shouted to lift his spirits. With his healthy body, he was ready to work. Ku digested that feeling for a moment. He had no idea what awaited him, but he was sure he would figure it out once he started working.
俺の償いの道が
Ku ran towards his dream of redemption. He had no idea that while clinging to that dream, he himself was also dreaming. I'm not okay. Is it this one? Yesterday at about 3 p.m., I suspended Kuosuke's personality and rose to the surface of his consciousness. I dug out the communication device I had buried in the warehouse to contact my comrades outside.
私よ。作戦は計画通りに推移している。
ああ、すでに包囲は完了だ。あんたが突入を指示してくれたら
You're the one that caused this?
独裁覚悟で竜宮にぶっ込むぜ。
そう。では5分後に突入を。地下に入り込むまで、決してイオンテコに侵入を悟られてはダメよ。
ああ、わかってる。この日のために散々訓練を重ねてきたんだ。今さらヘマするかよ。
エレベーターで地下に降りたら、経路は必ず全て爆破するのよ。警備省とイオンテコが地下に入り込めない状況を作り出すのがこの作戦の肝なのだから。
その辺も抜かりはねえよ。あんたが各社に作らせた武器もたんまりあることだしね。これさえあればどんな経路も大崩落だ。
There are uncountable people that loathe Tekoion in this country. I fueled them on by funding them and providing weapons for terror.
地下の封鎖が済んだら、各所に仕掛けておいたバーサクを私の方で起動しておく。
The sound these cubes emit affects the nerve chips embedded in the animals, overriding a command.
一斉に動物が凶暴化するから、あなたたちまで餌食にならないように十分に注意して。
ゲノムを改変された生物兵器が凶暴化とはおっかないね。でもよ、そういう汚れた命に鉛玉ぶち込むために俺たちは生きてんだよ。
動物は地下を守る最強の門番。それが狂えば竜宮は丸裸も同然。他のセキュリティについても問題ないわ。すでに地下の警備室は全滅させておいたから。
Without them, the security robots can't do much. As chaos breaks out, they should malfunction.
あなたたちを邪魔するものは何もない。ただひたすらに最深部を目指して進みなさい。ヤタの元にたどり着いたら爆破、もしくはポートにキーを差し込めば私たちの勝利。ヤタは機能を停止して終点峡谷は絶滅を跳ね返すことができなくなるわ。
It doesn't matter how, as long as Yada is halted. Lane can be altered on the go.
万事了解。ありがとうよ、江崎博士。あんたが同志になってくれなかったら、俺たちは看板掲げて抗議するだけのデモ団体で終わってたぜ。それが今や終点橋に絶滅をもたらす正義の使者だ。やってやるぜ。汚れ切った命を浄化して清潔な地球を取り戻してやる。
You call me one of them. I suppose in some way that's true. We do at some point want the same thing, but the destination is different. Their goal is to end the Shuten order. My dream doesn't end there.
では手はず通りに幸運を祈っているわ。
My work is done. If I were to go anymore as Sarah Nezuki, people could get suspicious. So,
戻りなさい、クー君。
I pulled deep into my consciousness again. Giving control to Ku Otsuki. It always did bother me that their hair color was the exact same.
嘘だ。そんなはず。クー君の正体がお前なんて。クー君は
信じられないでしょ。それこそが大月空の力なの。自然と他人の懐に入り込み信頼を勝ち取る天然の人たらし。竜宮の職員も警備員もイオンテコでさえも誰も大月空を疑わなかった。おかげで私は着々と準備を整えることができたわ。人望豊かなトロイの木馬。私にとって大月空という人格は敵陣に入り込むためのツール。
This girl hiding in Ku led to the heretics to us? But wait,
だったらどうしてクー君は私と一緒に異教徒を追いかけてくれたんですか？
Ku Otsuki definitely chased after the terrorists of Sarah Nezuki. She's just putting out her own fires.
そこは私の唯一のミス。私の読みでは大月空は資材倉庫でこの騒動をやり過ごすはずだったの。生き残って路上の家族のもとに帰るために。
But Sarah Nezuki's reading was off. Ku's morality made him jump out of the warehouse. He saved us. And he even sacrificed his own life, or so I thought.
あの時はさすがに危なかったわ。でも間一髪のところで体の主導権を奪い返したの。私は海を泳いでなんとか浜辺にたどり着き、エリア8の隠し部屋に残されていた脱出ポットをお先に一つ拝借したというわけ。
Come to think of it, one of the pods has already been used. Sarah Nezuki had used it. I thought Ray mentioned it was still 3. Then Sarah Nezuki returned to the prison and reunited with Teko Eon. Then she returned to Ryugu as Sarah Nezuki. Teko Eon is now trapped in cyberspace is stopping Yada from rebooting. The scale is suddenly so huge, both the size of the plan and the span of it, completely beyond what most could do. But why would you go to such...
あなたはどうしてそうまでしてヤタを破壊しようと。そんなに終点峡谷が憎いんですか？
Sarah Nezuki spent all this time and effort just to destroy Shuten. Why the obsessive hate?
いいえ、私はただ恩返しがしたかっただけ。
恩返し？
How's destroying the world returning a favor?
私はかつてイオンテコによって見出され人生をもらったの。 その限りなく大きな恩を返したかった。なのに彼は私のプレゼントした電脳世界を受け取ってくれなかったわ。リアルの方がいいんですって。私にとって恩返しは全てなの。私からの贈り物を拒むなんて許されないわ。滅ぼすことにしたの、終点峡谷を。リアルが消えれば電脳世界に移り住むしかなくなるでしょ。
To accept her repayment? She did all this for that? Costing the lives of countless people. Playing with the life of Kuotsuki. And destroying the entire world.
さあ、ヤタが止まればいよいよフェーズ6、天地開闢のスタートよ。滅びかけたこの地球を生贄に捧げ、我々は新たな地平を切り開くの。イオンテコは創世神に、私はそのパートナーとして共に世界を運営するの。永久に。
狂ってる。
Can't let Serenazaki live. She really will end the world if we don't end her first.
お前だけは絶対に
Even if she looks like
絶
Ku?
対に許さない。
よしなさい、野暮な真似は。敵対するより私についた方が賢いわ。あなたも私の電脳世界の一員にしてあげるから。
お断りです。誰がお前なんかの。
いいの？この誘いを断って。もしも私の世界の一員になれば、大月空と再会することだってできるのに。
Serenazaki held up a case with a single chip.
あなたの知っている大月空は元来意識だけの存在よ。このチップが健在である限り何度だって再生できる。
I could see Ku again. How could I refuse? I'd give everything to see him again.
ダメ。いくら会いたくてもお前の手を取ったりしたら。
姉さんはすげえ。まさに正義の味方だぜ。
私はクー君を裏切ることになる。
Ku, who called a no name like me a champion of justice. You believed in me, so I will never join you. And
どの道お前を倒せばそのチップは手に入る。
そう、残念。あなたのような変わり種も新世界に欲しかったのに。
just you wait, Ku. I'm gonna save you. As soon as the power of God destroys Serenazaki. I don't know what happened. I can't comprehend it. The power of God activated, but it blasted away. Not Serenazaki, but the chip.
そんな。どうして？
I had a clear shot at Serenazaki's head, and yet
どうして神の力がクー君を破壊するの？
神の力？大層な物言いね。あなたの使っているその力って単なるハッキングでしょ。
神の力がハッキング？
no, that can't be true. The power of God is a supernatural miracle. God has helped me with so many miracles.
とても高度な P2P アーキテクチャ。その気になれば 誰であろうと壊せるし、あなたが地下で恐竜やサメを操ることができたのも脳のチップをハックしていたからでしょ。
Is that why you can blow up? Because we're all androids? And this is considered hacking? So in turn, I just hacked into his brain and caused his body to fucking self-destruct? Is that why I could see everything from the perspective of the streamer? What the fuck?
本当に素晴らしいスキル。真っ向正面から抗うのは私でも分が悪い。だから大月空のチップをあらかじめデコイ化しておいたの。あなたが私にその力を使ったら代わりにチップが壊れるように。
What on earth is Taryn Hazuki talking about? There is one thing I know. By my hand, I'm going to...
共に旅した男の子を殺した気持ちはどう？大月空は少々老いたが過ぎた。私の体を勝手に使って死にかけるなんて。この貸しはきっちり回収しなくてはいけないと思っていたの。だから殺すことにしたの。大好きだったレイさんの手で。
What have I done? Can't believe I killed Ku.
そんなに青ざめなくても大丈夫よ、レイさん。あなたもすぐに同じところに送ってあげるから。
Taryn Hazuki points the gun to my heart. Point blank range. There's no escaping. I didn't even consider it. I'm sorry, Ku. I couldn't do as he wanted. In fact, I finished him off. I'm an irredeemable fool who deserves this. I give up all hope and close my eyes. Not resisting, just awaiting the end.
さようなら、レイさん。
How can just hack and revive, though? Well, because we're all androids, I hack into the brain and just kind of do a force reboot, I assume. But that's my take on it. Because as long as they don't burn the chip, I think. I don't know. It makes sense as long as the important biddies are all in one place. However, if something happens... Do we have a nerve chip? I don't think we have a nerve chip. I don't fucking know! What is going on? I need assistance! Time. When I was sinking to the bottom of the ocean, I lost everything. My sight wrapped in white light. A voice sounds from somewhere. My consciousness melts into light, fading to nothing. I became nothing, not even knowing who I was. I'm gonna disappear. My will to fight, it's gone. I accepted my destruction, but... Please don't cut off your pinky, I beg you! The pinky I crossed with Ray that night kept me tied to this world. Focusing on that pinky, I was being brought back. Who am I? Who Otsuki? What am I? Hit and run scumbag. Why am I alive? Well, that's obvious. To help the person who hugged this pathetic criminal and saved my soul. Who Otsuki? It's right here. Keep going. Don't give up. I ain't dying here. I give my all to reach the surface. For Ray's sake. That's Kuotskis.
償いだ。
As my face bursts through the surface, I find myself in darkness. Up, down, left, right, all darkness. There's no one. No sound.
なんだよ、ここ。
A hidden area in Ryugu? I was in Area 8. Just then. Whoa! A sharp pain runs through my head. A whole avalanche of information comes roaring in. And everything becomes clear. That's right, I'm not the real Kuotsuki. The real me. Died from a heart disease long ago. That genius made a personality just like the original Kuotsuki and installed it in me.
すっかり騙されたぜ。
I'm disgusted to think that that was my first love. Professor Azuki only thought of me as a tool all along. She used the personality from Kuotsuki and used it to get into Ryugu. She destroyed everything. She did one unbelievable act of evil after another. And now... she's trying to kill Ray.
さようなら、レイさん。
おい、やめろ、やめやがれ。
I scream from within as loud as I can. Kill Ray? I will never let that happen. I swore that. Doesn't matter who it is.
俺が必ずぶっ殺す。
I'll burn my soul. Give everything. Anyone who hurts him.
俺が絶対ぶっ殺す。
I take back control and point the barrel at me. At Professor Hazuki's heart.
なぜあなたがまだ私の中に？チップはすでに抜いたのに。
チップだ。そんなちんけな機械は俺じゃねえ。
The chip might have given birth to the fake Kuotsuki, but
失敗したな、江崎博士。俺の心を真似るなんて、そりゃ最悪の悪手だぜ。魂は心に宿る。あんたが胸に宿したハートの中に、俺の魂が居ついちまったんだよ。
私の心臓を情報記録媒体と解釈することでキャッシュを残したということ。亡霊の残りかす風情に計画を邪魔されるわけには。
Saren Izuki fights with her all. I will not give her control.
亡霊だか残りかすだか知らねえけどな。俺の中にある思いはいつだって一つだぜ。レイさんを守り抜いて世界を救う。俺にあるのはそれだけだ。
ねえやめて。そうだ、取引をしましょう。私を助けてくれたらあなたを草薙で再生してあげる。あなたも知っているでしょ。私は決して恩返しを忘れない。永遠の楽園を約束してあげるから。
I couldn't help laughing. If you think I wanted that, then you're no genius. You're a dumbass. I know something even greater. Something more than eternal bliss.
取引でしか幸せを語れない哀れなあんたに教えてやるよ、江崎セレン。
I put pressure on the trigger.
本当の永遠を何度死んだって消えやしねえ。俺のやめ魂の熱さをよ。
The second her heart is shot by her own hand, I feel Serenazuki's presence leave this body. I find myself looking up at the ceiling. I don't have the strength to move, not even a finger. I'm pretty confident in my ability to fight at death's door, but there's no getting out of this. I am not afraid of death. I've died so many times. It's relieving to get it over with. There's a gaping hole in my heart, but I'm filled with a sense of accomplishment. Taking Serenazuki along, I was able to help Ray. That's more than enough for me. That's enough, but...
クー君ねえクー君なんでしょ
Ray's peering into my face.
どうして君はいつもそうやって私のために自分を犠牲に
レイさんに見とってもらえんのか
That's a hell of a bonus. That's the best way to go. It's kind of a waste on scum like me.
なんで君はいつも私のことばっかり
Please don't make me cry. The tears streaming from his face warm my exhausted soul. It's so warm.
ねクー君何か言い残したいことはない
Being asked that I... Just one last thing, I'd ask him.
レイさん素顔見せてくれねえか
I want to see his face under that mask before I go. It must be a kind, attractive face. The shock almost made my gaping heart stop all over again. I've seen this face all over town. On TV, posters, and newspaper, flyers! No doubt about it. This person is... the founder of the Shuten Order.
大月クー
The founder called my pathetic name.
終点教団教祖の名のもとにあなたの罪を許します。決して己の罪から逃げず泥にまみれても決してくじけることなくついに贖罪の意志を貫き通したあなたの魂は浄化され牢獄から解き放たれました。もう何者もあなたを縛ることはできません。とこしえの自由を。よく頑張ったねクー君。君は帰れるんだよ路上の家族のところに
すげえ
The highest person in the country, the founder, took off his mask and showed himself to me. He forgave my sins. I want to die with this joy overflowing me, but I have one last thing to do. If Ray's the founder,
レイさんあれを
I mustered all my remaining strength to point.
あんたが教祖ならあのデバイスで天の世界に中にイオン所長が頼む助け
必ずテコさんを救い出すよ。今度は私が頑張る番だから。
俺もついて生きてえがさすがに限界だぜ。
離れていたって私たちはいつだって一緒だよ。だって私たちの魂は小指と小指で結びついているからね。
Always together. My soul is linked with him. That's relieving. As I relax, my vision fades. My eyelids never to open again. But I wasn't afraid. My soul is linked with Ray's. Plus... these guys are all with me.
遅えよクー。
たくいつまで待たせんだよ。俺らがどんだけ待ったと思ってんだ。
悪い悪い。
I laughed and run to my
ち
family.
ょっと恐竜に乗って旅してたんだよ。なあ、誰が一緒だったと思う？
寝ぼけたこと言ってねえで、とっとと行くぞ。
しっかりしてくれよ。エースのお前が頼りなんだからよ。
今日も先頭頼んだぜ。おう、任せろや。お前らは全員俺が守ってやるからな。
Get on my trusty bike and ride off with my friends. Where should we go today? I'm free to go anywhere. Because my very soul is with Ray. Not okay. Not okay. I'm not okay. I need an adult. I'm done. Who needs video games? Who needs friends? Who the fuck needs reality? I am in such mortal confusion. I don't be here anymore. Where's my emotional support plushie? Why? Why must this game hurt me so? All I wanted to do was play a messed up game with a messed up reality and have messed up feelings. I did not ask for my emotions to be rendered asunder and for me to question my own morality. I did not ask for any of this. Why couldn't you leave me disappointed with a dumbass game, with a dumbass story, and dumbass angels, the dumbass power of God? Why? Why? I'm not gonna be okay during raid. We're all gonna fucking die. I'm gonna meet in the middle of healing the friends, and all of a sudden I'm gonna start uncontrollably crying because I'm remembering this. Ah! I wanna go back to Danganronpa. Danganronpa was nicer. Danganronpa was kinder. It made more sense in Danganronpa. Do I have to finish playing this game? Can't I just leave off of here? I don't have to finish the other two routes. I don't have to finish this game. Do I have to keep on going? Can't I just play Pokemon for the rest of my life? Can't we just go happier times? Happier places? I don't need to deal with this sorrow. I don't need to deal with this anything. Why do I live? Only to suffer. Why do I exist? Only to suffer? My head's gonna fucking hurt tonight. It always hurts when I cry. I don't wanna be here anymore! I don't want. Just a few years after the founder said she would form a country, she established Shuten. The absolute leader, the founder. Competent ministers to support. People who worship the founder. With these three pillars joining hands, we built a uniquely peaceful nation. While not flawless, our foundation was solid. With the foundation solidified, the next step in nation building was further development. To support the nation's development through science, I established Ryugu and focused in on the research. My goal is to fill the Earth, now in this extinction period, with life. To make the Earth a happy planet again. However, I fell into a severe slump. I had no motivation. No ideals came to mind. This was equivalent to death for a researcher. My ideal research environment was going to waste. Why was I so demotivated? To find the cause of my lack of motivation, I analyzed myself and quickly found the answer. I was fulfilled. Shuten had everything my past self desired. Peaceful nation without conflict. An ideal research environment. And above all, trustworthy friends right beside me. Friends just a step away. Friends I could meet anytime and talk with until dawn. And my longest standing friend. An ally with whom I built the nation. My soul was already fulfilled. It's no wonder my hunger was gone. Once satisfied in the present, one cannot move on to the next life. At that rate, I wouldn't...
お願い、テコ。地球をまた幸せな星にして。
I wouldn't be able to keep my promise. That's unacceptable. Her order means everything to me. So I made a decision. I destroyed perfection with my own two hands. That night, 25 years ago, I called the founder to the cathedral and ended our friendship.
せめて理由を聞かせてよ。どうしてテコは私を切ろうと思ったの？
The reason is obvious. To fulfill my promise with you, but I couldn't say that to her face.
ダムができると川は濁る。流れが滞ってしまうからね。
ダム？
簡単な比喩だよ。流れを取り戻したいのなら、ダムに穴を開けなくてはいけないって話。
Break the stagnation and fulfill her dreams,
僕は今から君が一番大切にしているものを奪う。長きにわたった君との友情を。
Since then, I only talked to her when absolutely necessary. Her smooth, harmonious world broke apart like China. And then, as planned, I regained my motivation. My research advanced rapidly. One success after another in strengthening life. I even resurrected dinosaurs. Though I did face many troubles along the way, I'm getting close to completing my research. Just wait for me, Founder. Soon I'll tell you. Soon. I'll fulfill my promise. Perhaps this was self-satisfaction all along. I mistook a means for an end somewhere. I started my research to make you happy, but I made you sad in the end. So priorities aren't aligned. That's why. It's natural for you to resent me. I'm sorry. I'm a plague. It's my fault you died. All of it. All my fault.
ごめんよ。本当にごめん。ごめんなさい。
言ったろ。君を憎むことはないって。
Hearing her voice, I opened my eyes and there was Rei Shimobe with his kind smile. No, it's not him. This isn't Rei Shimobe. It's his body, but this feels like...
誰よりも己を殺し、誰よりも私を思い、自らのすべてを投げ打って、私を幸せにしてくれた優しいテコ。そんな君を憎めるはずがないじゃないか。
My former friend, disguised as Rei, speaks words of forgiveness.
私はいつも願ってる。今度はテコが自分自身の幸せを追い求めてくれますようにって。心から。
僕は君に
I must say something, but I'm too flustered to say anything properly.
テコ、どうか自分の信じる道を歩んで。約束とか責任なんてどうだっていい。自分が一番幸せだと思える選択を。
The founder, seeing how I'm struggling with my words, smiles at me once more. He speaks her final words.
そう、あれかし。
It's just one more, and then I die, and then we have to do this shit all over again. In the dream, I'm standing in ruins. I look around and give a dejected sigh. I went all this way to inspect a potential site. Yet it was worse than expected. The houses are rotting from the foundation from exposure to bad wind. Not a single blade of grass grows here. No wonder they abandoned the city. It's ruled by death. We want to build a country here. Geographically, this area is definitely the best. But it's completely polluted.
どうしたもんかな、これ。
The building could be reused if we reinforce it, but it will rot again regardless. Pollution is obstructing our progress. The whole world, so to speak, is an enemy of the Shuten order. Annihilation from all directions. And then, I suddenly had an idea.
ああ、そっか。すべてを拒めばいいだけの話じゃないか。
If the world is rejecting us, then we also need to say goodbye. Yes, we should. We'll go to Amano Iwato.
いつまでのんきに寝てるつもりだ。さっさと起きろ。
The sound of yelling wakes me up. What I see is the exact opposite of my dream. Lush greenery, animals roaming the meadows. Is this Ryugu? No, Ryugu is a lot smaller.
そうだ。私、電脳世界に。
I dove into cyberspace through the device on the founder's head. Yes, it's all to save someone.
テコさん、やっと会えましたね。
This is the man who guided us. A disembodied voice. It was only yesterday, yet feels like an eternity ago.
しもべれい。君はしもべれいなのか？
あ、はい。私がしもべレイですけど。
うん。確かに君はしもべだな。そのとぼけた間抜け面はしもべでしかありえない。
The back and forth between which pronouns that I think they're supposed to use is drive me up the fucking wall.
そうか。なるほどね。
He's rude, but now's not the time to fight.
そうだ。状況を共有しておきますね。簡単に言うと、ドクター江崎が裏切りました。すべての黒幕はあの人で。
I tell him about Dr. Izuki's plan. How Sarah Izuki was inside Ku. And how Ku thwarted her too.
江崎が黒幕か。まあそんなところだと思ったよ。僕はあいつに恨まれて当然だからね。
Tekoyan did not seem shocked in the slightest.
本当はうすうす感づいていたんだ。江崎が怪しいことくらい、僕の頭脳と渡り合える天才なんてあいつくらいのものだから。なのに僕はその可能性から目をそらした。取り戻したかったんだ。自分が切り捨ててきたものを。一度失ったものは取り戻せない。うん。それは絶対の摂理だ。覆すことはできないはず。はずなんだ。本当なら。そうだ。ところで君はこの電脳世界についてどう思う？
ここですか？
The sudden question took me by surprise.
ここも綺麗ではありますが、私はやっぱりリアルの方が好きですね。竜宮の草原に寝転んでたウサギさん、可愛かったな。
そうか。まあきっとそう言うと思っていたよ。僕もリアルの方が圧倒的に好きだよ。生命にしろ大地にしろ。あの手触りはやはり電子では再現不可能だ。諦めきれるはずもないんだ。僕らは地球の大地を駆け抜けてきたんだから、取り戻したい。取り戻してあげたかったんだ。あいつに命あふれる幸せな星を。
He may appear to be a calm, rational guy. In truth, he may be more stuck in the past than anyone else. In the sentiment real world, speaking of the earth.
テコさん、教祖はどうやって終点峡谷を建国したんですか？
The dream makes me curious.
教祖が終点峡谷を建国するとき、町は廃墟同然でしたよね。あんな状態からどうやって町を再建させたんですか？
それは終点橋の根幹をなすトップシークレットだ。君に話すわけにはと言いたいところではあるが、まあ君になら話してやってもいいだろう。ここまで僕を迎えに来てくれたせめてもの礼だよ。
はあ、どうも。
I had a feeling that there's some hidden meaning in those words.
端的に言おう。僕らは建国時、世界に別れを告げることにしたんだ。
He looks like he belongs in Beyblade. He bid farewell to the old world when we found Shuten. Oh, wait, that's what he said. Fuck.
端的すぎて意味がよく。
文字通りの意味だよ。この国は要するに。
And then.
こらー、お前ら何をのんびりしているだりか。
Oh, we're being yelled at. I hear a voice from somewhere. Arali's face popped up.
あられ？どうやってここに？この短時間でセキュリティを打ち破ったのか？
この短時間？何を寝ぼけているなりか。今何時だと思っているなり。今は1月4日の深夜なり。これ以上はヤタを保たせられないなりよ。
嘘。私がここにフルダイブした時はまだ3日の午後3時くらいだったのに。
やられた。 江崎に内部時間を加速させられていたんだ。ここで過ごす数分は外の数時間に値する。
どうしてそんな。
僕を浦島太郎にするためだよ。江崎は僕を完全に外の世界から切り離すつもりだったんだ。
早く戻って。今日いっぱいで限界。
Communication with the rally abruptly cut off. Must be the security. Not good. At this rate, Yada will stop in. My temporary body has until sunrise on the 5th, and yet...
早く脱出を。でもログアウトってどうすれば。
落ち着けしもべ。君ならそれくらい簡単だ。空に向かって VVIP 権限を要求しろ。およそこの終点橋に存在する全 AI は君の要求を飲む。
VVIP privileges? Wait, I've heard that.
VVIP 権限を確認しました。機密情報をアンロックします。
VVIP 権限をください。私たちをここから出して。一刻も早く。
I begged to the sky. Then the next moment... A white light envelops the world.
VVIP 権限を確認しました。スペシャルオーダーを承認。フォースドログアウトを開始。自我、パージ。身体感覚、パージ、エクソダス。
In an instant, we were thrown out of cyberspace. And... we woke up in the lab. I pull off the device on my head and run to Teko Eon's PC. The restart code and entry screen is there.
テコさん、早く答えを考えてください。早く。ヤタが止まっちゃいますよ。
うるさいな。肩をゆするな。手元が狂うだろ。大丈夫。答えはすでに分かってるんだ。僕は草薙で聞いたんだ。教祖の
テコならすぐに解けるクイズだよ。私に悲しい思いをさせた張本人なんだから。
Friendship.
悲しい思い。
あの日だよ。大聖堂でテコと最後に話したあの夜のこと。
このヒントは他ならぬ僕に対するメッセージ。僕ならすぐに気づけたはずのあいつのあの日大聖堂で僕が切り捨てたもの、それを英語に変換するだけ。そう、答えはフレンドシップ。
Friendship, huh? Teko Eon types that in. There's no response. Is that the wrong answer? If that's the case, the world is... In the next moment, the screen emits a bright light. It hurts our eyes.
Yata の再起動を確認。円滑に駆動しているなり。
Morale tells us the restart is complete. A huge brain, glimmering and glowing, is on the PC screen. Seems like we just managed to foil Serenazaki and Pure Land's plan to shut down Yada and destroy the world. This time the battle is over. I know it in my head, but my emotions haven't caught up. There's too much to take in. But the joy slowly dawns on me. We... Huh?
勝ったよ。私たちは勝ったんだよ。
That scared the crap out of me. I reported my victory to Ku. I hugged Ku's body to share the joy. Ku's life was lost, but it wasn't in vain. The soul he left behind is still with me. He had my back.
クー君、ありがとう。君はヒーローになったんだよ。私の、
Ku, of course,
私たちの。
Ku, of course, can't say anything, but I feel like he's smiling at me. just like then. And so, the 3-day battle against the terrorists came to a close. I really wanted to share the joy of victory with Teko Eon, but still one thing left to do. Interrogating Teko Eon to uncover the truth of the murder of the founder. What happened to all the people? Huh? It was 166, was it not? What the fuck?
Tekoさん、お疲れのところすみません。こんなところまで来てもらって。
いや、構わないよ。僕も少し外を歩きたい気分だったんだ。
I chose the forest in the suburbs as the location for my interrogation. I wanted to rent a lab, but Ryugu's under reconstruction. As an outsider, getting in is too much work. January 5th. When the sun rises, my temporary body will decay. Unless I find out who murdered the founder.
それでは早速取り調べを始めさせてもらいます。でもその前に一つお伝えしたいことがあります。私はこれからあなたを教祖殺害事件の犯人であると仮定し、もしかしたら尋問に近いようなことをするかもしれません。
If push comes to shove, I'll use the power of God. I can't hold back right now.
でもどうかこれだけは信じてください。取り調べの結果、あなたが教祖殺害事件の犯人であることが確定したとしても、私は決してあなたを憎んだりしません。軽蔑も多分しません。
I've learned over these 3 days. Teko Eon is a man of action. He would even kill the founder if he had to. But despite his methods, he always has a just cause. Teko Eon is not a rogue. That's why it's tough. I have to accuse my partner who fought so hard with me. And
儀式の総仕上げに犯人から君自身の魂を奪い返さなければならないんだよ。犯人を殺すって意味さ。
if he really is the culprit, then I will have to kill him.
呆れたな。最近の探偵は容疑者に気を使うのか。
あなたは容疑者であると同時に仲間ですから。
だからこそだよ。仲間だからこそ気を使う必要はないんだ。
え？
僕も君と同じだ。この取り調べの結果、もしも僕が教祖殺害の犯人として取り押さえられたとしても、僕は決して君を憎まない。だからしもべ、クールな頭脳と圧倒的な偏見を持って全力で僕を糾弾しろ。
Oh, he's not going down without a fight.
探偵とは、最低者とはそういうものだ。
I feel my heart going a mile a minute. My back straightens in preparation. What sort of detective gets encouraged by their suspect? As a detective, I must focus on nothing but the truth. And if that's what is required, then maybe I need to accept that fate. Among that truth, if it's actually necessary for me to be revived as the founder, if, like with Teko Eon, there's justice in it, then I must, even if that person is someone so dear to me. Laser focus my gaze onto him. Finally, the interrogation begins. What kind of person is the suspect, Teko Eon? First, let's go over that.
テコさん、科学省幹部であるあなたが竜宮で長年取り組んできた研究について改めて教えてもらえますか？
僕の研究内容は簡単に言えば生物の強靭化だ。その成果については君も知っているだろう。
ええ、地下で嫌ってほど体感してきましたからね。
Tigers, dinosaurs, sharks, chimeras, freaky creatures continuously attacking us. Their memory makes me shudder. And he had all these creatures because
ヤタを守るためには最強の門番が必要だった。だから テコさんは生物を強くしたんですよね。
ああ、ヤタは終点鏡の根幹とも言える装置だからね。並大抵のセキュリティではとても守りきれない。
But there's another reason he's doing that. Not just to protect the Yada. He once said,
動物たちを強く強く進化させればさせるほど近づいてくるんだよ、新世界がね。
check out Eon's new world. It's
テコさんは命あふれる過去の地球を取り戻したかった。だから強い生命の誕生を求めたんですよね。外の過酷な環境にも負けないような。
this guy wanted to see it again. The world he and his friends lived in. That should do it for basic information. Now it's time for the murder case.
テコさん、単刀直入に聞かせてもらいます。あなたは大晦日の夜、教祖を殺しましたか？
いや、僕はあいつを手にかけていない。あいつの死に僕が関わっていないとは言わないが、事件への直接的な関与は全面的に否認する。
The suspect denied the allegations. To overturn a denial, you have to encircle them with your deductions. I ask, I decided to ask about his alibi on the day. The dismembered body of the founder was found in a park on the morning of New Year's Day. So the founder was murdered.
大晦日の夜、あなたはどこで何をしていましたか？
その質問に答える前に、僕から一つ情報を提供しよう。教祖の目撃証言について。
目撃証言？
Are you gonna use a rally?
大晦日の午前0時頃に大聖堂の警備を担当していた夜景が祈りの間から出てくる教
Wait,
祖の
left
姿
the
を
prayer
映
hall?
しているらしい。教祖は手ぶらで清掃だったそうだ。フードを深くかぶってうつむきがちに歩いていたらし
Oh,
い。
that doesn't prove that's the founder, though.
それ以後、教祖を目撃した者は
It just proves that someone left.
いや、現状それが最後の目撃証言だ。
If this is true, then it's a big hint. But
でも、フードを深くかぶっていたってあたりが気に。夜にフードをかぶっていたら顔が確認できないんじゃ。
ああ、誰かが教祖になりすましていた可能性はゼロじゃない。
なら正確には午前0時に教祖らしき人物が目撃されたってことですか？
そういうことになる。そして現状、その人物が本当に教祖だったか否かを確定する手段はない。というか、まともに捜査の進んでいないこの段階で確定できる情報なんてないに等しい。偏見に満ちた推論を積み重ねていくしかないんだ。
推論を積み重ねる。
Hypothetically, if it was the founder the Watchman saw, that would mean the founder was murdered between midnight and 6 a.m. The murderer killed the founder somewhere in the city and scattered a corpse around the park in the morning?
テコさん、情報提供に感謝します。その上で改めてアリバイを確認させてもらいます。大晦日の午前0時から朝6時まで、あなたはどこで何をしていましたか？
その時間、僕は竜宮の研究室で政務に励んでいたよ。年末は何かと忙しいんだ。
それを証言してくれる人は？
一応あられは一緒にいたが、あいつは日付が変わる前には寝落ちしていた。
Also, even though we could trash that because it's a close relative,
アリバイ
it
は
doesn't
なし。
prove his alibi at all. I need actual evidence to cling Teko as the culprit. I need more information.
教祖が最後に目撃された大聖堂ってどういう場所なんですか？
文字通りの聖地だよ。教祖は一年の節目節目に大聖堂で祈るんだ。民の安寧と平和を。大晦日の夜も教祖は大聖堂の祈りの間にいたはずだ。
祈りが毎年の恒例行事なら、教祖がそこに来るのを見越してくせ者が入り込んでいたって可能性はないですか？
その可能性は低いだろうね。大聖堂は非常に警備が厳重なんだ。出入りする際には僕ら幹部も厳重な本人確認とボディチェックを受けることになる。チェックを受けずに大聖堂に自由に出入りできるのはこの国でただ一人、教祖のみだ。
A cathedral where even executives can bring in a weapon, so it's unlikely the founder was murdered here.
テコさん、あなたと教祖の関係性について聞かせてください。
I need to know how they got along. This is vital. It confirms if he had a motive.
あなたと教祖は終点教発足前からの長い付き合いだと聞いています。それだけ付き合いが長ければ、その相手を異性として意識したり。
その質問に答える前に君に一つ忠告しておこう。教祖の性別について軽々しく口外しない方がいい。それはこの国のトップシークレットの一つだからね。
教祖の性別ってそんな重大な秘密だったんですか？
ああ、公式の記録では性別非公開となっている。カリスマ性の演出を目的に教祖自身の発案でずっと秘密にしてきたんだ。僕は付き合いが長いから教祖の本当の性別を知ってはいるが、あいつを女性として意識したことは一度もないな。
ではテコさんにとっては教祖はあくまで友達ってことですか？
ああ、あいつは僕の友達だ。いや、友達だったという方が正確かもしれないね。終点教国建国後は個人的な付き合いは立たせてもらったから。
I might need to go. Hang on. I'm gonna be right back. I know this is a really bad time to pause it. But my parents are here and I need to go help them. So we're gonna put up a be right back screen for like a while. Alright. I'll be right back. That was supposed to be only 10 minutes. I thought... okay. My parents were gonna stop by here because they need to drop off some stuff before they leave. I thought it was gonna be like maybe 10-15 minutes max because I thought they were gonna immediately abandon me. No, that was not the case. I didn't leave until like 6:43 or 5:43. And then I had to run back downstairs because they needed to give me one more thing. Oh, I'm so sorry. I thought it was supposed to be like 10-15 minutes adventure max. Bruh. I got snatched, yeah. So one of two things is gonna happen. Either I'm late to raid, which Mikado's judging me, or I have to not finish this route. I don't know how much longer we have, but if it's more than an hour, I'm gonna have some choice words. On the bright side, I did find the keys. We were trying to find... They gave me keys, and I was trying to figure out where they were, because I legit don't remember where they put it. I come into the door, I look down underneath the microwave, and I'm like, it's right fucking there. Oh my god, I'm so sweaty. Azzy, we're gonna go into raid sweating, and with me having a slightly dead throat. Surely it's fine. I was gonna have a break so I could eat food. That's not gonna happen. At least I have a snack to hold me over, but that means I will have to break for food after raid. Which, depending on Matt's time, he has time today, but I don't know if we were gonna immediately go into Rumble or if he also needs to take a breather. So we might not have that Rumble stream today. Besides the point, where's my controller?
それはなぜ？
国の象徴である教祖は民を平等に愛さなくてはいけないからだよ。あいつに友達なんていちゃいけないんだ。
The founder shouldn't have friends. I felt my heartache. Perhaps the founder and me is grieving. The founder must have been sad that Teko Eon cut her off. That's why she set the Yada reset code to friendship. Someday Teko Eon may type those words for me.
教祖に絶好を言い渡した夜、あいつはとてもショックを受けた様子だったよ。自分がいかに孤独なのか、あの時に気がついたんだろうね。教祖であり続ける限り、自分は誰にも頼れず、誰かに助けを求めることすらも許されない。ああ、あいつを孤独に追いやったのは僕だ。僕が絶対的な味方であり続ければ、あいつは死なずに済んだかもしれない。あいつの死の原因を作ったのは僕なのかもしれない。
Did I accidentally go into Oh no, it's just saying them a message feed. I was wondering why there's the Discord icon on my phone.
そういう意味では、僕は今回の事件に深く関与しているとも言える。
There was indeed a strained relationship between Teko Eon and the founder. He doesn't have a motive. No, there's not enough information to build a case against Teko Eon. His alibi and lack of motive isn't enough. I need tidbit of information. I need to somehow pull it out. I am not asking about the elimination code. It can eat my ass. You took your time. No, my parents stopped by. I have no way to reciprocate to both chats. I only did it to my Twitch chat. My parents were supposed to stop off and drop stuff off. I thought it was only gonna take 15 minutes. They didn't leave until 5:43, which was about 30 minutes ago. 20 minutes ago. Give or take. So I only just got back to my desk. And I'm like, why? Why couldn't you at least tell me this beforehand? Because I would have just ended the stream and saved this for another day.
そうだ、テコさん。例のものは持ってきていただけましたか？
My head?
もちろんだ。ほら。
The head that was shot? Where's the bullet? I asked Teko for information about the founder's head. Teko complied and brought a 3D scanned image. I started to inspect it. The more I look, the more I see myself in it. This is weird. This person is indeed me. I definitely died, and yet...
教祖って本当にボーイッシュな風貌をしてたんですね。これじゃあ男か女かわからないや。 教祖が女だと知ってるのって、もしかしてテコさんだけだったりします？
ああ、僕以外は誰一人として知らないはずだ。おそらくほとんどの民は教祖を男だと思い込んでいるんじゃないかな。教祖は案外秘密主義者なところがあってね。一度秘密にすると決めたことは徹底的に隠し通すんだ。
So Teko Eon's the only one who knows the founder's secret. If you were that close. Ah.
そうだ、テコさん。エリミネートコードってなんだかご存知ですか？
I suddenly remember and asked on a whim. After all, the angels asked me to investigate it. I want to murder them. Don't tell them. I do not want to tell them.
どこでその名前を。いや、知っていて当然だったな。しかしその話ぶりだと、エリミネートコードの名前は知っているのに、それが何かまでは知らないってことか。
はい、そうなります。
記憶喪失というのは本当なんだな。
Yes, I wasn't lying.
エリミネートコードは分かりやすい言葉で言えば封印された神の力、すべてを消し去る力だ。
すべてを消し去る力。
もしも敵対勢力に奪われたりしたら、この国は間違いなく終わってしまうだろうね。
Mikatora also said that the code had world-ending potential.
つまりヤタと同じレベルの重要度ってことですね。
Yeah, don't tell me. Please do not tell me.
それ以上のものだと
Do
いう。
not tell me the code.
そしてエリミネートコードのありかは教祖だけが知っていた。3日前、犬神さんに中央公園へと招集された時、教祖の死体と対面した僕はすぐさま死体の各断片を見聞し、
I
エ
wonder
リミネートコードを探したんだけど、
if the angels had nothing to do with it. I wonder if they were driven to murder themselves to prevent the angels from getting the elimination code.
それらしきものは見つから
I
なかった。
wouldn't put it past them.
そのコードは物理的なものなんでしょうか？暗号って線は。
いや、エリミネートコードは物理的な情報記録媒体に入っているはずだ。以前教祖はこう言っていたよ。
エリミネートコードは肌身離さず持ち歩くようにしているんだ。この国で一番強い私が物理的に守っていればコードを奪われる心配はないからね。
だが教祖は無残に殺されて、コードは姿を消してしまった。教祖の胴体と一緒にね。これは仮説に過ぎないが、エリミネートコードは教祖の胴体に隠されていたのかもしれない。そう考えると、教祖の胴体だけが持ち去られた理由にも説明つくんだ。
つまり犯人はエリミネートコードのついでに教祖の胴体を持ち去ったと。
それどころか、エリミネートコードを奪うために教祖を殺害した可能性すらある。エリミネートコードの行方について現時点で僕が言えるのはこれくらいだ。せめて教祖の胴体が見つかればもう少し可能性を絞り込めるんだが。
世界を滅ぼす力を持ったコードが行方不明って相当まずくないですか？もしもそのコードが使われたら世界。
その点は問題ない。エリミネートコードはそれ単体では用をなさないらしいんだ。本部にある開かずの間に入り込まれさえしなければコードは決して発動しない。
それ本当に大丈夫なんですか？本部の警備って割とザルだった気がしますけど。
Even I managed to get in.
ああ、だからセキュリティを固めておいた。今ならネズミ一匹通さないよ。たとえ相手がどこかの神の力の持ち主でもね。
Biography of Teko Eon. Motive and alibi at the time. Elimination code, head of founder. I've looked over the situation, gathered the evidence, but I still can't connect the dots. How do I find the truth with this? Can I really solidify Teko Ion as the...
しもべ、上を向いてみろ。
I look up at the sky full of twinkling stars.
僕らのちょうど真上のあたりにひときわ強く輝く星があるだろう。あの星の名前は空、一等星空だ。
空君の名前。
世界を救ってくれたあいつへのせめてもの報酬だよ。これは正式名称だから、あいつの名前は永久に残り続ける。
Buddy! Teko Ion gives an uncharacteristic laugh.
あいつは持ち前の運転テクでついに天にまでたどり着いたというわけだ。こんな恩赦を勝ち取った囚人は歴史上あいつ一人だけだろうね。まったく成り上がりにも程がある。まるで神話の英雄じゃないか。
空君、あんな綺麗な。
Despite being in the middle of an interrogation, I couldn't hold back my tears. This is too big of a surprise. Ku, who ran around the underground for redemption, is now way up high.
ありがとうございます、テコさん。空君を天に昇らせてくれて。
いいんだ。こんなの大した手間じゃない。あの空はある程度は僕の裁量で模様替えができるからね。星の一つくらい簡単に増やせる。
星を増やせる？さすがに冗談ですよね。
Oh, you don't know that this is an artificial world. Teko Ion may be genius, but rewriting the universe is something else. Surely you must be joking. Then... Teko Ion snaps his fingers. The star brightens in response. It can't be coincidental. Teko Ion really can't add stars?
まあ要するにこういうことだ。
Teko Ion made an image appear from his terminal. It depicts this very city. It says Shuten. The city is covered by a huge roof, like an umbrella shielding it. This metaphor is clearly contradictory. The sky hangs above the country, but there's no roof over us.
竜宮の天井に映し出されていた空を覚えてるだろ。あれのスケールアップバージョンだ。まあ要するにあの空は偽物で、終点橋は厳密には外にあるわけじゃない。ここは巨大なドームの中なんだ。
This country is covered by a dome. It's hard to believe at first, but I just seen the evidence. Transformable starry skies.
でもどうして国を包み込む必要なんて。
僕らにはあまりに敵が多すぎたんだ。地球の環境は最悪で、その上神の軍勢に四方を囲まれていたからね。
God's army?
神を拒むために僕たちは閉じこもることにしたんだ。天の岩戸に、ドームの中に。ドームの外側には最強のバリアが張り巡らされている。このバリアが健在である限り、いかなる滅びも終点橋には入り込めない。汚染された環境はもちろん、神の軍勢すらも跳ね返す。そしてこのドームを制御しているのが
ヤタということですか。
ご名答。僕があれほど焦っていたわけが分かっただろ。ヤタが止まればこの国は蹂躙されてしまうんだ。僕らの旧敵である神に。
Sworn enemy. When talking about God, Teko Ion sounds a bit intense, as if he hates God from the bottom of his heart. The Shuten order hated and rejected God. Come to think of it, I think Mikotoro said something like that.
これも終点教という宗教の特殊性でね。彼らが信仰しているのは神ではないんだ。むしろ
彼らは神を。
There is no doubt now that the Shuten Order hates God. But then, how can I, the founder, use the power of God? God and I are supposed to be at odds. Speaking of the power of God, Zora said something.
神の力大層なものいいね。あなたの使っているその力って単なるハッキングでしょ。
The power of God, hacking. It's hard to believe, but Zora and Izaki deflected the power of God. If the power of God really is just hacking, then what is God? Wait, what?
まず神の試練とは終天教独自の儀式を指しているんだ。儀式を終えることで君は真によみがえる。その儀式の内容というのが
Strange. If the Shuten Order is against God, then why would a ritual like God's trial exist within it? Was I lied to? Maybe God's trial isn't really a Shuten ritual. Maybe it's a heretical or heretic ritual? Questions keep sprouting up. I opened my mouth to ask them. In utter shock, my mouth stayed open. I couldn't believe my eyes. Tekon Eon really was crying. Go Eon quietly shed tears and looked to the sky. He just quietly stares at the stars. No, more than stars. Many lives lost in this battle. Praying for their souls. A single tear drops from his cheek, like a shooting star. I couldn't think of anything else now. Please don't make me cry again right before raid. Oh no, I can't do this. Despite his cold demeanor, Teko Eon really cares about others. There's no way he's the killer. The interrogation is over. Objectively, there is a possibility that Teko Eon is the culprit, but I cannot presume any further. Personal feelings aside, I don't have enough information to dig deeper. I can still continue investigating the founder's murder, however. In this case...
テコさんは幹部の中で誰が一番怪しいと思いますか？
I'm grasping at straws now. If I can't investigate Teko any further, then I must hurry to the other ministers.
最も疑わしい相手か。そうだな。これは印象論でしかないが。僕は国士官ほのかが怪しいと思ってる。
Honoka Kushikan. Ah! The Minister of Education.
その理由をお聞きしても。
あいつの腹の内は読めないが、野心を隠そうともしないんだ。あいつが教祖の座を狙っていることは、もはや公然の秘密と言っていい。異教徒から送り込まれたスパイだという噂もある。
Oh wait, the other ministers were suspecting her too.
どうせ空いた教祖の席を狙ってんだろ。腹ん中真っ黒のガキが。
それに国士官はなぜか教祖の死の真相を明らかにすることをひどく嫌がっているんだよ。事件の捜査が進んでいないのはそのせいもある。
Even more suspicious. She's trying to hide the truth. Isn't this a done deal now?
テコさん、取り調べに応じてくださってありがとうございました。
I bowed deeply and thanked Teko Eon.
本当はちゃんとお礼をしたいところですが、私もう行かないと探偵としての仕事が残っているので。それじゃあまたいつかお元気で。
I turn and start running. My goal is the Minister of Education. Honoka Kokushikan. Kokushikan!
待て、しもべれ。
Teko Eon quickly stands in front of me.
今夜くらいは休めないのか。あられが君に会いたがっているんだ。パーティーをやりたいらしい。君と大月空の栄光を称えるために。
あら られちゃんに会いたい気持ちは山々ですが、また夜明けまでに事件に決着をつけないと。
My temporary body will disintegrate. I'll surely die this time.
そうか。どうしても行くというなら、これ以上引き止めはしないよ。君に伝言を託してもいいか。
伝言？
ああ。僕の友達に会ったら、こう伝えてほしいんだ。
Tekoion says his message was a mysterious expression.
友へ。君も知っての通り、僕はあまり敬虔なタイプじゃない。宗教国家の幹部なんて職についてはいるが、正直な話、終点教の教義なんてどうだっていいと思ってる。そう。だから、もしも君がよからぬ力を用いて蘇り、教団すべてを敵に回したとしても、
Tekoion looks into my eyes.
僕だけは必ず君の味方をする。今度こそ絶対に君の手を離さない。友情に誓って。そう伝えてほしい。
I'm barely holding back my tears. He must know who I am. He's not pursuing it, nor telling anyone. Just quietly encouraging me. Thinking more about the country than his friends. Above all else, I'm happy for this friendship.
伝えます。絶対に。きっとその友達も喜ぶと思います。泣きそうになるくらいに。
あ、頼む。
Am I gonna burn up in front of him? I notice we are holding hands, like a friendship being reknotted, squeezing, and then we let go. Where am I gonna burn up at?
それじゃあ行ってきます。
I run as fast as I can, through the forest without looking back. If I do, I'd never be able to move on. I don't know where Honoka Kokushikan is. Even if the chances are slim, I will check the Ministry of Education facilities. I'll never give up. I will find my killer and come back to life.
ヒメルさん、ミコトルさん。
The angels were running in front of me.
国士官ほのかのところに向かうんでしょ。だったらこっちが近道よ。早く早く。このままだと仮の体が崩壊しちゃうわ。
町は向こうだ。最短距離を突っ走るぞ。
はい。
I'm glad to have the angels by my side. If I follow them, I will reach Honoka Kokushikan. I swear to God. I'll begin the interrogation as soon as I see Honoka. I don't care if I draw suspicion. If push comes to shove, I'll use the power of God to make them talk. I ponder a bit while running behind the angels. Should I ask them about who they are and why God is helping his enemy, the founder of the Shuten order? Like, is God's trial really a ritual for reviving me? Honestly, can I really trust them? The power of God determined that Tekoion was the culprit. The angel said the power of God is never wrong, but my intuition says Tekoion is not the murderer. Is my intuition wrong? Or did the power of God lie? What is the power of God anyway?
神の力、大層なものいいね。あなたの使っているその力って単なるハッキングでしょ。
Himeru, Mikotoru, God, the power of God. What are they? But I couldn't say it. I was too scared to find out. It seems like the existence of Rei Shimobe would fundamentally overturn everything. I'll find out later. First, I need to revive. I'll solve the founder's murder and come back. For the sake of everyone who perished today. Oh my god, that's so far away. I'm absolutely dying. Goodbye, friends. It was nice knowing everybody. Good fucking bye. I run through the forest chasing after the angels. Oh, this gas station! Finally, we reached the city.
やっと街に出ました。ね
But of course, there are no cabs at this hour.
ここからどうやって移動しましょう。文部省ってここから近いんですか？ヒメルさん？ミコトルさん？
ううん。レイちゃんはもう走らなくていいんだよ。
え？それってどういう？
レイはもう十分に頑張ったという意味だ。
姫たちもね、辛いんだよ。今回のレイちゃん、本当に頑張ってたから。
レイ、ここまで君を連れてきたのはせめてもの恩情だと思ってほしい。
恩情？二人ともさっきから何を言って。
レイちゃん、ここね、この辺り、大月空が生まれ育った場所なんだって。
クー君がここで？でもどうして今？
ここならレイちゃんも寂しくないと思って調べるの大変だったのよ。
苦労して探したんだ。今回の君にふさわしい終わりの場所を。
I finally understand. They mean my time's up? Thinking about it, I should have expected it. I'm the one who murdered the founder by dawn? It's not possible. But still.
お願いします。あともう一日だけでももらえませんか？
If it was just my life, then whatever. But this life, it's not just mine. Who gave this to me?
お願いです。一日だけください。私はきっと真犯人を解き明かす。
I didn't mean to time that correctly. The sound of a fire being lit. I'm engulfed in flames. I can't even scream. My throat is burning. I try to reach out, but the flames pull me back.
レイちゃんの死は決して無駄ではないわ。レイちゃんの魂は聖火のように引き継がれ続いていくの。姫たちがさようなら、レイちゃん、愛してるわ。また会いましょう。
Those are the last words I hear. I soon stop feeling the heat as well. All my senses vanish. The remnants of my mind will soon disappear. But it is not over. I still have my resolve. I can't waste Crew's soul, which I took in. So, no matter how many times I die, I will surely rise again. I finished the scenario. Fucking hate this game, yo! Hey, look, I got my head. Ain't that a thing? I'm actually. Oh wait, I thought I was going in order. I'm not going in order. It's a good thing he told me where to go though, because I was really debating whether or not I was doing security lady next or not. This game gives me fucking grief. Yes. All of this, I don't remember anything. You're not gonna tell me anything. And the last thing I'm gonna remember was jumping off the roof. Yep. So we have 2 more routes left. I don't know if I'll finish it within a single weekend for one of the routes. I just know that we have 2 routes. I have 20 minutes to chill before raid. Alright, this is terrible. Hello? There we go. So yeah, we've done 3 of our routes. Oh, it's probably in... Yeah, if we did it in order, it would have been rotating clockwise. That's what I kind of figured. So we did Yugen's route first. That's when we figured out we were androids. We did Inugami's route. He knows about a lot of things, and he's not telling us anything. We did Eon's route, which is still, at this moment, my favorite. So here's the thing. I enjoyed touching onto this game with Yugen. But again, my gripes with it is like most of the escape room game wasn't until the very end and it was not that bad. I love Inugami as a character, but we know very little about him, and most of it was just focused on that detective case that felt completely sidewinded to me. That's my take on it. It makes me sad. This one is still, at the moment, my favorite route. As you can clearly fucking tell these few streams. Because I didn't feel like I got too much to do here. This one felt a little too restrictive for its nature. And even though this one was restrictive, well, like, I could only make the one choice. And if I didn't make the one choice, I just got a temporary ending. So, like, it was still very restrictive. But if you're doing multiple genres and messing around with the different genres, I can give it a pass. But out of these 3 routes so far, this is the only one that's actually given us any sort of, like, a good chunk of, like, proper lore with, what regards to Shuten Order, but especially the ministers. Like, we only got scraps of it based off of what we saw with Yugen when we talked to him. And then his freaking 360 at the end. Inugami barely breathed a word. And anytime he did breathe a word, it was mostly in regards to our investigations. Whether it was the founder murder case or the one we were doing in this route. So, like, I don't know much about this man at all, aside from the fact he got dicked over by the guy we were the dead guy that, we were reading the will to. But we got so much of the stuff from Eon's route, and that's why, like, at the moment, I've enjoyed it. Girl, if you don't chill and eat, I literally do not have time to eat before raid. I have a snack, thank God, but I do not have time to prepare food. Because by the time I prepare food, it is time for raid, and I will not be able to raid and eat, and I will not be able to eat and raid. Don't worry, I have a snack, and then I will eat immediately after raid. So I'm hoping Matt has to do something. And he doesn't want to do Rumble immediately because it'll take me time to make that food. Alright. But yeah. At the moment, I'm thinking Eon's route is the best for my personal taste. But we have yet to see DR2. I am very sketchy about her. But we are going to do her next. I want to do the Ministry of Security last. Because I feel like I actually might enjoy that gameplay, but also I'm going to enjoy this character a lot. This one is literally, I do not know what to think of her. I can't save. I have to go into here. It is apparently a romantic adventure, which I assume means visual novel no otome game. That's what I can assume. So I'm just gonna start it on the fact that I can't save without doing this. I know there's an autosave. Ugh. This chick is screaming yandere vibes. We are not progressing forward with anything. I just need to save. Shut up, you. Shut up, you. I still want to kill those angels. I swear to God, if I don't get to kill the angels at any point in this game, I am going to throw a riot. I am going to be the most unhappy. I'm not starting as I literally just told you I can't save without starting the route. I was trying to bring up the menu. It literally will not let me save. So I'm like, all right, fine. You don't want me to fucking save? Then I'll just fucking go and goddamn start the route, so I'll save. I just explained this too. I literally cannot do it. I have 17 minutes. You fucking think I can even get past the starting intro screens, much less start the gameplay? You crazy. I still haven't fully recovered from all the sadness this game has given me either. I'm in emotional pain. I'm in emotional drama. Everything's going to be okay. Wait, hang on. Where's the emotional damage gif? Okay. Oh wait, Takasira, did you say it was your birthday? I think that's what you were mentioning while I was trying to tell you guys, hey, I'm still gonna be late. It's your birthday. Yeah, happy birthday. I am so sorry you had to deal with this bullshit on your birthday. Just me crawling on. I did crawl on the floor, by the way. I did crawl on the floor, and that's why I screamed. I was not okay. And I'm still not okay. And I'm about to go raiding. Not okay. It's not gonna be a me problem. It's gonna be a them problem. They get to deal with this shit. Alright. I should not shake my head like that. Whew. Alright, so YouTube side, that's gonna be the end of it. I'm gonna end the stream on YouTube side. The Twitch side, I'm switching over to Final Fantasy. I guess we're gonna chill for 15 minutes because there's not really much point in me ending the stream. I think. I never had to do this before, so this is gonna be a weird time. You don't take your white mage ass. Anyways, alright YouTube, take care. Love you guys. I will see you later for this weekend on Shuten. Probably Saturday. So if you see a stream before then, it's probably gonna be on Twitch for something else entirely. Alright. Bye, YouTube! If you want to see me raid, go on Twitch. Bye!